Collègues, avant que nous commencions,
Colleagues, before we begin our proceedings, I would like to say a few words regarding the special measure in place today.
to that end, pursuant to an order made Monday, April 20th, 2020, the application of Standing Order 17 will be suspended for the current sitting to allow members to practice physical distancing. Members desiring to speak and address the chair may do so from any seat in the House. I will ask that all members tabling a document or moving a motion sign the document and bring it to the table themselves. Je demande à tous les députés.
I ask all members tabling a document or moving a motion to sign the document and bring it themselves to the table.
Je tiens à informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that pursuant to order made on April 20th, 2020, I sent a notice calling the House to meet this day and on Monday, April 27, 2020. I sent each member a message explaining the reasons for this recall of the House. I now lay on the table the notice calling the House to meet.
Pursuant to order made Monday, April 20th, 2020, the House will now proceed to the introduction of government bills. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Hajdu, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Hajdu, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the Government House Leader. My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding the order of Monday, April 2020, A, the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food be added to the list of committees in paragraph L of the order adopted on Saturday, April 11, 2020. B, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a review of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit Act, and that the committee reports its findings and recommendations to the House no later than June 30, 2021. C.
C. The time provided for questioning ministers in the special committee on the COVID-19 pandemic be extended to 95 minutes on Tuesdays and Thursdays in order to provide an additional 5-minute round of questioning for the new Democratic Party caucus. D. The government implement new financial incentives and support measures to connect Canadians, particularly students and Canadian youth, to the various jobs available. For example, in the agriculture and agri-food sector, in order to ensure regional economic stability and food production during this crisis.
Le gouvernement.
E. The government ensure that the CERB and the CESB for students are offered in a manner that meets their objective, while encouraging employment in all circumstances.
F. Le gouvernement.
F. The government define the final parameters of the CESB for students in regulations in the short term, and that an additional support of $250 be provided for students with dependents or with disabilities, in addition to the $1,750 that has already been announced. And G, the government implement measures without delay to provide additional support for seniors and persons with disabilities in order to assist with extraordinary expenses incurred as a result of COVID-19, and will examine the best way to do this, including looking at old age security and the guaranteed income supplement as potential mechanisms.
C'est tout, Monsieur le Président.
That's it, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable ministre
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
d'accord.
Agreed.
La Chambre
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
d'adopter.
Carried.
Yes.
House Leader.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the motion adopted on Monday, April 20, 2020, I wish to state that there is an agreement among the representatives of all recognized parties to govern the proceedings in relation to Bill C-15. Therefore, I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, that pursuant to the order adopted on April 20, 2020, Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019, be disposed as follows. A, the bill be ordered for consideration at second reading later this day. B, lorsque la Chambre
B, when the House begins debate on the motion for second reading of this bill, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak to the said motion for no more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members may be permitted to split their time with another member, and at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever occurs first, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred. And C, if the bill is adopted at second reading, it shall be referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, and deemed read a third time and passed on division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No changes. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order opted on April 20th, 2020, Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Haidu, proposes that
The order adopted on April 20th, 2020, Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019, be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be ordered for consideration at a second reading later this day. B, when the House begins debate on the motion for second reading of the bill, May I dispense? Okay, we'll dispense. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
pursuant to the order adopted on April 20th, 2020, this motion must be decided on immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Everyone's saying yes. It's unanimous. Okay, carried. That's good. No, I just want to make sure, because the other day I didn't hear any objections and it wasn't quite clear. Pursuant to order made April 20th, 2020, the House will now proceed to government orders. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to consideration of Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019. Madame Qualtrough,
Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Haidu, proposes that Bill C-15, Act concerning the emergency response benefit for students with respect to the coronavirus, be now read a second time and sent to Committee of the Whole.
Order made earlier today, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak to the motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of questions and comments. Members are permitted to split their time with another member. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Deputy Prime Minister. I'm pleased to participate today in this debate on Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits. We're here to discuss how we can best support Canada's students.
For more than 6 weeks now, Canadians are adapting to the circumstances created by COVID-19 that are affecting our country and the rest of the world. To support Canadians during this crisis, our government has deployed important efforts and implemented an economic intervention plan to respond to COVID-19. This plan consists of support measures for a total of $146 billion.
A key element of this plan is the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Created to support Canadian workers facing unemployment due to COVID-19, the benefit is now providing eligible workers with temporary income support of $500 a week for up to 16 weeks. However, when we launched the benefit on April 6, some Canadian workers expressed concern about eligibility. We listened and on April 15th made it more inclusive. Now, workers, including the self-employed, can earn up to $1,000 per month while collecting the benefit. The benefit also applies to workers who've recently exhausted their EI regular benefit payments and are unable to start working again because of COVID-19. To give you a sense of the scope of this effort, Mr. Speaker, public servants have now processed over 10.15 million applications to date under the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. This figure is a reflection of the real need of Canadians during this time and of our public services dedication to our country. We know that more support is needed for Canadians. Young people are facing a serious set of challenges in this difficult time, be it interrupted studies, reduced work opportunities, or disruptions to summer co-op or internship plans.
Many post-secondary students in Canada are wondering how they're going to be able to pay their tuition fees, their groceries, and their rent if they cannot find a summer job. It is estimated that more than 1 million post-secondary students may not be eligible for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit.
Valuable part of our communities and are ready to bring innovative solutions and a helping hand to our workforce in response to COVID-19. Last week, the Prime Minister mentioned Felix, a recent engineering grad from Carleton University. Felix has experience working on communication satellites, and a few weeks ago, he talked to a local manufacturer about what they could do in the fight against COVID-19. Now they've started designing and creating reusable face shields for frontline workers. And Felix isn't the only one stepping up. Young people from all over Canada are pitching in and doing their part. And this proposed legislation before us now, Mr. Speaker, is how we're supporting them in return. If approved, this framework would provide financial relief to students during the important summer months through a temporary income support benefit worth approximately $5.2 billion. I will focus on the largest piece of this framework, which is the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. Last week, our government announced a 4-month Canada Emergency Student Benefit. Students who are not who are not receiving the CERB and meet the criteria for this new benefit will be able to apply to receive $1,250 per month between May and August. Students with permanent disabilities and students with dependents would receive an additional $750 per month for a total of $2,000 a month.
Students may be able to work part-time and still receive the benefit, which is part of our efforts to keep Canadians in contact with the labour market. Just like the CERB, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit will not have to be paid back.
SB would be available to students who are enrolled in a post-secondary education program leading to a degree, diploma, or certificate, or who ended their studies no earlier than December 2019. This means that students who are enrolled in a post-secondary education program or who just recently ended their post-secondary studies would be eligible. It would also be available to high school graduates who will be joining post-secondary programs in the coming months. La prestation canadienne.
The CESB will also be accessible for current CEGEP students or those who recently ended their studies at CEGEP and who plan to return to school in the fall. Our government has also set aside more than $75 million to boost assistance offered to First Nations students, Inuit students, and Métis students.
Applying for the CESB in May via a simple online form on their MyCRA account. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight what our government is doing to some Canadians with disabilities. Underlying medical conditions put them at greater risk of serious complications related to COVID-19. Others face discrimination and barriers in accessing information, social services, and health care. We know students with disabilities, as well as students with dependents, could have additional expenses during this public health crisis. As such, and as I mentioned earlier, Canadian students with disabilities and students with dependents would be eligible to receive an extra $750 per month on top of the basic CESB benefit. The uncertainty may feel overwhelming for many students, but in Canada, we look out for each other. We value education, service, and hard work. These measures will help Canadian students get through these difficult times so they can build their career and the future they've been working so hard for. Putting forward this legislation is a key step in our delivery of support for students. I thank all the members of Parliament who are providing feedback and are bringing forth the thoughts and concerns of their constituents. L'adoption de ce projet.
Putting forward this legislation is a key step in our government's student support. I'd like to thank all the members who provided their feedback and who submitted the ideas and concerns of their constituents.
Students are counting on us to help them get through these trying times. Together as members of Parliament, we have the opportunity to support Canada's students in a way that will be felt for years to come. Because on the other side, when the economy comes back, they will define our path forward, a path towards a better, more equal society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her speech and also acknowledging that students are hurting right now. In my community of Oshawa, people think of us as an automotive town, but we're quickly becoming a student town with 3 post-secondary institutions, Ontario Tech, Durham College, and Trent University. And as we work through this, Mr. Speaker, as a Parliament with my colleagues here, Conservatives are putting forward some ideas to improve the government programs. And I was wondering if the Minister could comment on our idea that we brought forward of expanding a program, doubling the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and positioning it so that students can match through a job bank jobs in our agriculture sector, especially now, where there's super concerns about disruptions in our supply chain. Employers need the labor, and students can have that availability. Is the Minister open to considering our positive enhancement for supporting students? Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Employment.
I thank the member for his question. The short answer is yes, absolutely. I look forward to working with all members to enhance our opportunities for young people to work, including in creating additional jobs through our existing programs.
And comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the good work she's been doing. Part of the problem we're seeing with students, though, is we have these patchwork of programs that aren't quite working. I love Canada Summer Jobs, but it's very much often taken up by high school students. Now, the Minister is aware that Northern Ontario Medical School has offered to put frontline medical students in northern hospitals, and yet the only program we have is to take Canada Summer Jobs to try and fit them in when it should be a game changer for all our northern communities if the minister would agree to getting Northern Ontario medical students into northern communities, into the hospitals, into the rural regions to help. This would give them the employment they need. It would also make sure that Canada Summer Jobs does the job it's doing, but it would be a game changer for our frontline medical services in the north. And I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if she's willing to work with us on this.
Great idea.
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I'm very excited and was very excited when he put forth this proposal to me in recent days. And in fact, just this morning, I met with my officials to move that proposal forward so that we can indeed respond to the needs in Northern Ontario through the use of medical students and in fact not in any way encroach upon Canada Summer Jobs. So absolutely is my answer. I believe I will have a solution for him within the hours, if not the next days. So I'm very excited about this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for...
And I just want to highlight what a great exchange that just was. A great idea from Timmins James Bay, a great response from the minister. Let's see that happen. My concern is a gap that we're seeing that affects tens of thousands of international students in Canada. Now, we know that an international student can apply for the CERB. But if that international student didn't earn $5,000 last year, they can't. So we have a gap here where, and for anyone watching and thinking, why do we worry about international students? They can go home. Many of them can't right now for quarantine reasons. And they bring over $20 billion to our economy every year. The International Students Program employs over 170,000 Canadians as a result of us having international students. So I'm looking for a solution here. One would be to change the definition under the Canada Jobs Program so that it is open to other than Canadian citizens. Another would have been to change C-15 to say that an international student was included. But yes, international students can apply for CERB, but they're really not being taken care of in a comprehensive way. And I wonder if the minister has any proposals that will be coming to us in coming days.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question. And again, another example of collaboration is how we've been going back and forth on the issue of international students. One of the things we made sure when we created the CERB was that the criteria for someone was to be resident in Canada. So international students as well as temporary foreign workers can apply. When we embarked upon our process for thinking of how we would support students, we looked at our existing student policy, which focuses on Canadian citizens and permanent residents. So in mirroring our existing policy around Canada Student Loans and Canada Summer Jobs, the current Canada Student Benefit is focused on Canadian citizens and residents of Canada. Now, what I will say is what we've done for international students is relax the requirement that they can be restricted in the number of hours they can work. And this is particularly important for international students who are studying in medical fields right now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Merci. Thank you very much, Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented. Our government recognizes that Canadians and companies are experiencing a very difficult time. Very difficult. And that is why we took action quickly. We created programs to support all Canadians affected by this pandemic.
This unprecedented crisis demands an unprecedented response. Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan is among the largest in the G7. We have introduced measures for workers, parents, students, and for businesses large and small. We are making sure no one is left behind. Let me give you a few examples. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit is a major part of the government's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan. It is meant to help stabilize the economy by supporting Canadians as they pay for essentials like housing and groceries, and will help businesses across the country to pay their bills and keep their doors open. The Emergency Response Benefit provides $2,000 a month for up to 4 months to workers who have lost their income because of COVID-19. More than 7 million Canadians have already received money through this essential benefit.
We are also giving more than 3 million Canadian families an additional $300 per child as part of the Canada Child Benefit. This represents an average of about $550 more per family. for low or modest income families, we're making a special payment through a GST credit. This represents an average of nearly $400 for single individuals and nearly $600 for couples. Many people have already received their payments. Moreover, we continue to collaborate with provinces and territories to share costs for a temporary wage supplement for workers who are low income and who are deemed essential in the fight against COVID-19. This includes Quebec and British Columbia, where provincial governments have already established wage support directly for its workers. We're also supporting employers and Canadian employees to deal with the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. With the Canada Emergency Wage Benefit, the government wants to prevent new job losses and to encourage employers to rehire workers who were previously laid off because of COVID-19. Thus, we want to help Canadian companies to position themselves properly to better resume their normal business after the crisis. The emergency wage subsidy covers 75% of an employee's salary for a maximum of $847 per week, and for employers who have seen their gross revenues drop by at least 15% in March and 30% in April and May. The Canada Emergency Corporate Account offers a loan without interest of up to $40,000 for small businesses and also for not-for-profits. In the second week of April, small business owners, since this time, they've been able to ask for assistance through banks and credit unions. Companies have access to this account through their main lender, with whom they already do business.
And medium-sized businesses are the backbone of our economy and really of our society. They give our communities their character, provide good jobs, and support families across the country. That's why I'm pleased to report that the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance will give eligible small businesses affected by COVID-19 another break. It will lower their rent by 75%. We are able to offer this support thanks to an agreement in principle our government reached with all provinces and territories last week. That's Team Canada at work. The Government of Canada is taking strong, immediate, and effective action to protect Canadians and Canadian businesses from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The measures I have outlined today, Mr. Speaker, will help Canadian employers retain or rehire their employees, as many have done already. This is the key to our response plan. By being able to hold on to their workers, Canadian companies will be in a better position to bounce back quickly after the crisis. And many more Canadians will have the security of knowing that they still have a job. Another aspect of our response that is really important is that we haven't and will not hesitate to make adjustments to enhance our programs. That's because we want to make sure that everyone is protected, and we are working to ensure that people and businesses do not fall through the cracks. Our response has been guided by the principle that speed trumps perfection, and that making useful modifications as we go along is a feature and not a bug. C'est pourquoi nous avons...
And this is why, for example, we announced student assistance and also assistance for new grads affected by COVID-19. Just a few weeks ago, hundreds of thousands of students across the country were preparing to take on a summer job. For some of these young Canadians, this employment would have represented the first opportunity they had to face challenges and to gain experience. For others, this job would have given a boost to their career. Today, these same students are having a hard time finding a meaningful employment. Many are concerned about how they're going to pay their rent or save to continue their studies. In March, the number of post-secondary students who work dropped by 28% in relation to February of 2020. Some of these students may be eligible for the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. These young people are at a key point in their lives, and we have to do everything we can to offer them a promising future. Our government is going to act, Chair. The Canada Student Benefit is a new proposal as part of our response plan to respond to COVID-19. This benefit will give $1,250 per month to students from May to August for those students in Canada who are eligible. For eligible students who have a person under their care or who are a disability, this amount will be higher.
To encourage students to volunteer. This service grant will provide up to $5,000 to support recipients' post-secondary education costs in the fall. We also need to look beyond this summer, and we need to improve existing financial assistance programs available to students. And that's what we intend to do, Mr. Speaker. Our plan includes doubling Canada student grants for all eligible students in 2020-2021 to $6,000 for full-time students and up to $3,600 for those studying part-time. The government recognizes that many families will have a tough time setting money aside in 2020 to help their children go to school. And we want to support the next generation of Canadian leaders. We plan to enhance Canada student loan programs by increasing the maximum weekly amount available from $210 to $350. Overall, the measures I have just described represent nearly $9 billion for post-secondary students and recent graduates.
During this unprecedented period, we're going to continue to carefully follow all developments related to COVID-19. Our priority remains protecting the health of Canadians and assuring their immediate needs. And when this crisis will be over, we'll be ready to work with Canadians and to restart the economy, to continue to build an even stronger country. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the Minister. From a constituent in my riding, often we're wondering where these questions come from. And this lady wrote to me on my Facebook page. She said, "Good morning, Mr. Reyes. As a manager of a fruits and vegetables shop, after the Liberal government's assistance to students, I would like to tell you about a student who had worked for me in the past and who was supposed to work for me this summer, but she didn't want to do more than 15 hours a week because it would have hampered her CERB benefit announced by the government. And so she didn't want to work. And so she wrote me, "Can you ask the government, please, so we can know what should we do for this problem?" All sorts of shops and farmers and companies will be facing this issue this summer, and it's starting to become very problematic. Thank you very much. So through you, Chair, I'd like to ask the government this question, which is one of the many questions that we all receive as members, whether we're Conservatives, Neo-Democrats, or even Liberals. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I'd like to start by talking about some personal experience. As a daughter of an agricultural producer, I worked on my family farm. Obviously, I wasn't paid because it was a family farm, but I understand this situation full well, all the challenges that farms face and students face when they do agricultural work. We are convinced, as I think all members here are, that Canadian students want to work. The problem is that because of COVID-19, it'll be hard for them, many of them, to find work. Obviously, it will be important to implement this program. It should be an incentive for students, and we'll be very careful to do so to incentivize them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belley-Chambly. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister. I can't resist the temptation to say that I also paid for my studies by working on a farm. And, Chair, the government and the opposition is looking for a formula that balances the needs of students and with access to basic income and jobs as well. Foreign temporary workers will be admitted into Canada, and I understand that finding a specific formula takes more time. And what we have right now, well, in the spirit of cooperation, can the government commit to considering measures for Quebec and Canadian students that will ensure that net income for students that were employed will be in function of, depending on the number of hours that they've worked. So there'll be the CERB and the CESB. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The answer is yes. Obviously, the government is analyzing the structure and the impacts of the CERB on students to ensure that our measures fulfill the objective intended, and so that students have an incentive to continue to work, and we will consider amendments as needed. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this new Canadian Emergency Student Benefit today. This is an important measure, I concede, that will help students across the country and across Quebec. As the political lieutenant for Quebec, I want to salute this initiative, but for many reasons, these students are suffering, as are many workers across the country. A measure that's important that the government announced was to give money, $1,200 a month, to students who would be affected by COVID-19. In the same bill, we see the will of the government to support young people who do volunteer work to help those who are affected from far or near by COVID-19. We would like some details about how this will work, the number of hours, checks, etc., but the intent is there. Also, there is the idea of improving the student loan program for some students who are more vulnerable to help them make ends meet. Despite everything, there are many concerns on the ground. As people start to look to opening up the economy again, I think that some people are underestimating the importance of students on the labor market in this economic recovery. I heard the Prime Minister during a press conference answer a question by Philippe Vincent Foissy, who said, why didn't the government put in place incentives, as Quebec has done, to ensure that we could help and motivate young people to go and work on the labor market, give them money to ensure that in some cases young people might instead prefer to stay at home and get the money. I forgot to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Kenora. So, the intent is there. I think there is no one here who doesn't want to help students. There is no one who wants to say that they can't be helped. We want to help them as we want to help others in this country. Unfortunately, as I said earlier in my question to the minister, one case out of dozens and dozens of others that I have received in my riding, as have every member of Parliament in their ridings. I had an owner of a fruit and vegetable store who said that she called one of the students who comes to work for her every year. Instead of saying that he would come to work, the student said, "I'm not prepared to come back full time as I would have any other year." We know that the summer is a very important time for these storekeepers. So she would be penalized because this student would be making too much money to get the $1,200. So these measures are disincentives in some cases, and we don't have details yet, specific details from the government about what will be done, what measures, criteria, checks to ensure that we are not putting in place a disincentive type of measure. I would like to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians and Quebecers with regard to something the Prime Minister said. Why not have incentives to help young people work on the labor market, even adults, because they're getting the CRB? And the Prime Minister said, well, unfortunately, we see that there aren't enough jobs for all young students. So if I might say, Mr. Speaker, to all the members here, if you can calculate very simply a measure that the government could put in place quite simply, and which would ensure that this would help a number of young people to earn money in order to pay for their tuition fees or their high school cégep fees, their books, their food, their housing, the basic things that students need to pay for. I called my counterparts in the Conservative Party in Quebec to ask them about a summer student job program, and the government has decided to subsidize it 100% instead of 50% as it has done in the past. And this would have allowed employers, farmers, store owners, etc., and municipalities to have some margin of maneuver. But if we're paying 100% instead of 50%, we understand that there will be fewer jobs generated. So I went around and spoke to all the Conservative MPs in Quebec, and we calculated how many applications had been made to companies, farmers in our ridings whose needs cannot be met with the budget as it currently is allocated by the government for the Summer Student Jobs Program. You can imagine just for the 10 Conservative MPs in Quebec, this represents 1,442 summer jobs, existing summer jobs, that were requested by employers, be it farmers or storekeepers, that they thought would be funded at 50%. Now it's 100%. And I sort of looked at it, given my master's in administration and mathematics. Of the 338 MPs here in the House, we see that this represents 48,740 jobs that will not be met by the Summer Student Jobs Program. We're talking about jobs that currently have been created or asked for, applications, and instead of that, they can get the CSEB, the Canada Student Benefit, and therefore people won't accept these jobs because getting minimum wage isn't enough. So when we're talking about 48,740 jobs in Canada that are being asked for students to fill, we're talking about something that represents $4,000 per student for summer student jobs. And we're talking then about $194,960,000. So we're talking about a lot of money. When we compare this to the overall amount of money that the government has put in place for $9 billion to help students, be it in student loans, bursaries, paid volunteer work. I don't know if we can call that volunteer work if they're paid, but we're talking about money that people are getting for studying. We're talking about 2% of the overall budget. So, and here we haven't created a new program. We can instantly respond to the needs of companies. We wouldn't be competing with the federal government. And we would be helping students. students who could earn a living to pay for their needs when they're studying. There's examples like this, that if we had been able to work in a proactive way in advance, we could have the opposition parties could have made these proposals. I hope that the government will take this and ensure that we can have some 50,000 students in all the ridings that can earn money, and they won't have to use the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit for those in need. Another thing is that the government agreed to amendments to the bill to ensure it's more acceptable, more fairer, and to ensure that it is not competing for business with business owners, because I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's quite impressive to see the number of messages, emails, calls, social media posts where we've been asked as MPs or told as MPs that this CERB has a negative impact on recruiting employees. It's a little bit what we felt, and we think it's a bit ideological. We're happy the government decided to require everyone to go through the jobs bank to provide information on available jobs for students. Happy to see that the government agreed to have a parliamentary review, the one that we asked for the bill and the benefit that is being provided in order to find ways to reduce the disincentive effect of some of these measures, as we see in the CSEB, and also to have a deadline to ensure that we don't extend the benefit unilaterally by the government. So I'm happy to see that the Conservative Party's work has allowed us to make this bill not perfect, we know that, but better. And this will help students across the country. I would invite the government, Mr. Speaker, to be extremely, to stop with the empty words and saying we're going to help everybody. Everybody will be helped, but to look at the perverse effects. And if the control mechanisms are not put in place, rather this will undermine the economy while we're implying that we can help students. But there are jobs, and we could really do this properly with a lot of goodwill. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Eagle Creek, Eagle Trail. Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here today. Conservatives are proposing that the government create a new program to match students and youth employees with jobs in the agriculture and agri-food sector, and I think we heard that that was part of the HoC motion that we adopted earlier. I'm just wondering if the member could tell us what, if any, impact this will have in his own riding, and will this be a welcome program?
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Yes, the Conservative Party will table a motion to ensure that the government ensures that students looking for jobs can be connected with the sectors like fisheries, agriculture. I'm thinking of people in the Maritimes, for example, who are suffering from these decisions that could be seen as negative by a number of employers. So I think that this proposal is extremely logical. The goal, as I said, is to help students because we all want to help them. I don't think there's any member of any political party that opposes providing help to students, but above all, to help the economic sectors in the recovery, because there is a public health crisis, but there's also an economic crisis in which we're currently living. And with the government's decisions, there is a public finance crisis that's coming. And for the next government, I hope it will be Conservative, we'll have to clean up the finances, whatever parliament that might be. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because he spoke about how each of us, each MP, has been, since the beginning of the crisis, solicited significantly by our constituents. And I would say that my office, since the beginning of this crisis, has seen the needs of workers who have no employment, the needs of entrepreneurs. I was very pleased and reassured to be able to respond to those needs thanks to the announcements our government made every day and every week. And I would like to know from my colleague, did he get the same comments from his constituents with regard to what they thought of the measures, their reaction of the measures put in place by the government? The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we got a lot of questions. So we are 7 employees in my office, and I would say we work like a lot of other offices, many, many hours to respond to questions from constituents. Unfortunately, I had to say that even if the information was good, the information wasn't getting to constituents in a transparent fashion. It's one of the major problems that we shared with the government and public servants. We get briefings at 4:30 every day. There's no minutes, no sort of documentation to ensure that we can respond to all the questions. During these technical briefings that are provided to help MPs, there is no official from the Minister of Finance office who attends to answer questions with regard to the major aspects. Obviously, people in need, if they need the CEBA, the Canadian Emergency, or rather the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit or others, that's fine. But there are some perverse effects, and we are hearing about these from economic sectors that are struggling. And every day in our riding, we are seeing businesses shutting down, industries shutting down. The money isn't yet getting there to help them. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction there, unfortunately, despite the billions that have been announced by this government. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to be able to rise in the House today and speak on this important topic in the midst of a global pandemic and an economic crisis which has occupied us all over the last months. It is so important that Parliament is able to meet and so that we can discuss and improve legislation to ensure support reaches all Canadians who need it. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has no doubt taken a toll on all Canadians. Business owners, nonprofits and charities are struggling to stay afloat, and many Canadians have lost their jobs. Additionally, Canadian students are facing an uncertain future. Summer jobs are valuable opportunities for Canada students to learn new skills, to meet new people and prepare for their careers. But more than that, countless post-secondary students rely on summer employment not just to fund their education, but also to afford the basic necessities of life. Mr. Speaker, I have lived this experience very recently, perhaps more recently than any of my colleagues. I wrote my final university exam last summer before heading straight back home on the campaign trail for the 2019 election. So I can say that I fully understand the challenges that are facing students during normal circumstances because I live them. And these challenges are being amplified by the crisis that is before us right now. Students face a tremendous amount of financial pressure, mental stress, and are stretched for time commitments during the school year. That is part of the reason why many students choose to leave their summer employment when school comes around with the expectation that a job will be available for them when they return, just the same as any seasonal employees across Canada. Many students are unable to also attend school locally, like many in Northern Ontario, myself included. So we've had no choice but to leave our jobs behind to move away and start the school year. As we know, these students are now finishing up their school years and they are attempting to enter the workforce just as many businesses are laying people off and closing their doors entirely. High school students who are graduating this year and looking forward to entering the workforce are in the same situation as our new university and college graduates. Students have bills to pay, just like everyone else, Mr. Speaker. rent, groceries, tuition, and now, through no fault of their own, many are in a position where they may not be able to find any job for the foreseeable future. In my riding of Kenora, some of our biggest job creators, especially for students, are tourism operators that are dependent on visitors who this summer will likely not arrive. Other businesses are fighting to avoid laying off the staff they already have and aren't in positions to hire anyone else. This scenario is playing out across the country right now in different ways. The details may be different, but the results are the same. Thousands of people who are counting on finding jobs this summer may not be able to. Mr. Speaker, that's why I was taken aback when students were originally left out of the government's initial response to COVID-19. That's why on April 7th, I co-signed a letter along with 3 of my Conservative colleagues, myself, the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, the member for Kildone and St. Paul, and the member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon. We asked whether the government intended to rectify their mistake. I am glad that after weeks of pressure from myself, my Conservative colleagues, and other members of the opposition, the government has finally introduced legislation to support students who can't find work due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that the government has worked with the official opposition to improve the legislation that is before us today. Conservatives know that no government benefit can replace the experience of having a job. Simply put, we believe that everyone who is able to work should do so. But we also recognize that in some areas there are simply no jobs to be had. Canadian students need to pay for their rent and their tuition, and they're trying to save for their futures. If possible, they need the opportunity to learn new skills and meet people in their fields. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that no student or new grad wants to have a months-long gap in their resume where they could have been gaining valuable work experience. I know I would not have wanted that, and I may not be standing here today if that were the case. Right now, these students need support, but they also need creative solutions to incentivize as many students as possible to gain that valuable experience. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been vigilant in making sure that the new government benefits are not inadvertently disincentivizing employment. We've successfully advocated for the government to allow people making up to $1,000 a month to collect the CERB so that Canadians who are able to perform some work will still be able to do so without losing their support. In that same vein, we're fighting to loosen the eligibility criteria for commercial rent support so more businesses will be able to keep their doors open. We know our economy will recover much more quickly if our businesses can remain open and our workforce can remain activated. We also know, with just as many businesses who are laying off staff, there are also many who are having difficulty finding staff, such as those in agriculture, restaurants, and the hospitality industry. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken with chambers of commerce, I've spoken with business owners, I've spoken to economic development agencies, and it is no secret that there are many businesses that are struggling to find workers. Canada brings in 60,000 foreign workers each year for the agricultural sector alone. And many of these same businesses, essential businesses that are operating, are currently having difficulty and struggling even more so throughout this pandemic. And that is why the Conservative Party proposed new programs to match students and youth employees with jobs in the agriculture and agri-food sector. Many agricultural producers are facing labor shortages right now because of their inability to hire temporary foreign workers, and we believe students struggling to find work could potentially fill those gaps. This would be a great opportunity for students to gain work experience and earn some income while stabilizing our food supply and contributing to Canada's COVID-19 response. We hope to be able to work with the government to make this program a reality. And I was happy to hear that the government has accepted our proposal to ensure that students who apply for the benefit will be connected with the job bank at the same time. This will ensure that available jobs are filled first and that students don't miss out on potential job opportunities. It is a win-win for students looking for work and employers who are looking for staff. The government has also agreed to put a sunset clause in the legislation and to provide a parliamentary review of the impact of this legislation. This is basic due diligence, and it will ensure that this bill does not outlive its purpose, and it will be useful instead of having unintended negative impacts on the labor force. At the end of the day, at least until we go back to normal, there will still be some students who can't find jobs through no fault of their own. We recognize that, Mr. Speaker, which is why I support the principle of the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit. With the addition of our reasonable proposals, this benefit will ensure students get the support that they need while not missing out on employment opportunities. We are facing an unprecedented economic crisis as a result of this worldwide pandemic, and many hardworking Canadians from all walks of life have suddenly found themselves in need of emergency support. Canada's economy has no doubt gone through a major shock, Mr. Speaker, and we know it will be much worse if suddenly this summer we find ourselves with hundreds of thousands of students who are unable to make rent. And the long-term impacts of students being forced to delay or discontinue their educations would also be considerable. The spillover effects of leaving students without support at this time is simply devastating, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we know that this support is so important. In closing here, Mr. Speaker, I would just urge Parliament to give students the best chance to succeed, to support our economy, and get to work and get help, to those who need it most. I also urge the government to continue working with the opposition to advance solutions that would allow as many students as possible the opportunity to earn a living wage and support the sectors that are being so hard hit during this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member opposite for his very thoughtful speech about the legislation that we are considering, and I appreciate his reminiscences of his recent academic career, because that's the kind of thing that I've been hearing from the students in my riding, is that at this the most pivotal point in any student's academic, or indeed anyone who's starting their professional career, something that was completely unexpected happened, and that was the shutdown of the economy due to COVID-19. And the students that I've been hearing about have seen job opportunities dry up overnight. So I would like to know from the member opposite if he feels the way that some have already commented, that students in fact are not looking for work, or they're not interested in working, that the arrival of this emergency benefit, which is really to help students get through this difficult period, as is the case with many others in our economy, does he think that students will just take the money and take a free ride?
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question there. I know all members of this House are focused on helping Canada get through this crisis as best as possible, and we know that there are many students who have lost their jobs or are struggling to find work this summer. So that's why this benefit is so important. Whether it's businesses, not-for-profits, or charities, there are many organizations that are struggling to find work. But I also believe that we should have innovative ways to help our students find work if it is available, and that's what we have been advocating for.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, and I have great respect for my honourable colleague. One thing I certainly noticed from the Conservative talking points, we're in the midst of the worst economic crisis since the Depression. Hundreds of thousands of students economically devastated, yet we hear the language. We saw it in the National Post yesterday about, well, if we give them support, they're going to be sitting on their duffs and hanging out in their hammocks. We need to incentivize them. And I find it really a shocking thing to suggest that students who have $30,000 to $50,000 worth of debt are going to take the summer off and hang out and goof around, and that, we have to make sure that they go and work. And I was surprised my honourable colleague said he knows many restaurants who are looking for work. It must be bustling there. The restaurants I know are struggling to survive. They shut down. They have nobody working. They cannot bring them in. That is employment that students normally take. So I'm very concerned about this coded language, about making sure that they're incentivized to go to work. They want to work. they have been stopped from working from COVID. So maybe there are restaurants in another part of Ontario or Canada that are searching everywhere for employees. They're not in my region.
Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his question and his comments there. Obviously, we are working through this crisis together, which we're making sure that students have the support they need and they have the opportunities that are available to them. There are many industries, many businesses and organizations I've been talking to who have been struggling during normal times to find workers and are continuing to do so during this crisis. These are essential businesses that are continuing to operate, and they need staff in order to do so. So we are working, as our caucus, we're working to provide support to those businesses and make sure that the work is there, but also ensuring that we understand many businesses are in a different situation where they are laying staff off, and we have to provide students and all workers that opportunity to have income coming in and maintain their lives. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Chair. It would have been a pleasure to share my time with the member for Avignon, La Matisse-Matin, Matapidia. We've seen in recent hours that clarity in the title of a motion is often a key issue. Sometimes there's a mumble-jumble of words, and we could interpret the meaning in 5 different ways by 5 different people. We're all trying to focus on the meaning of words, because this is the only way we can have the same clarity in terms of our intentions. What was the intent of legislators when they put forth an act and a motion? Obviously, we can all agree on the principle, well, almost all of us, I heard a few exceptions, that this is about giving students financial support with 2 objectives. First, to give students for the summer period and the current period financial resources to ensure their living. Normally, in many cases, this would involve part-time jobs, often in restaurants, in tourism, and in the leisure sector. These jobs in the current situation no longer exist, obviously. And another objective, and that is how I paid for a large portion of my studies, as many of us have, I was able to save money for my living next year. That's the goal of the objective of this exercise. And with this exercise, there are some voices that we've heard that always haven't been very nuanced. There are 2 camps. Those who say we absolutely have to help students. Hundreds of thousands of them, perhaps 250,000 of them, won't have their usual jobs. These students need support that supports their purchasing power and their future studies. The other camp, which is somewhat less elegant, as my colleague was saying, think that students will suddenly become lazy and start smoking pot in their basement. They had jobs in the past, and I don't think I was an exception when I was in this case, that I worked. And there should be a balance here. We need to reach a balance to ensure that companies, municipalities, and of course agricultural producers, well, they need labor, and they shouldn't have to face a measure that discourages people from working. we shouldn't make things in such a way that students are better off not working, and they'll be penalized for doing so. There's a passage here that's not quite simple. It's kind of a false issue because, in my opinion, I apologize for being too openly in favor of students who want to work, but I have many connections, people I know who want to work. They're happy to work, these students. I worked when I was a student, their parents worked, and no one regrets that. $1,250 a month for a little portion of the summer. It won't last in the fall, but it'll allow them to ensure the future of their studies. That's fundamental. We can adopt a position where students are in greater debt for their upcoming school year. We can't leave them in a weaker economic position, particularly since we think that the overall economy won't be very buoyant in the future. There'll be small momentum, but there will be some economic setbacks that we'll have to face. We contributed in the creation of 3 components for this measure, which we thought were fundamental. And we had very detailed discussions with all opposition parties. The first component was to ensure that this measure doesn't create insecurity for agricultural producers, for municipalities as well, that plan to hire students. I think the third point does this adequately. It specifies support for agricultural producers. And we didn't put this in the wording, but we could be increasing the support for students, and that's not a bad idea. The second component, and the wording of the motion doesn't really do the intention justice, but the wording only seems to refer to an incentive for job creation. And my colleague from Thérèse de Bainville said that the priority seems that people don't really want to work. But we're not saying that this is first and foremost a measure to support the economic needs of students. And point E seems to be saying, go work. So I find that somewhat lacking. And that is why I asked the Deputy Prime Minister a very specific question. Does the government intend to ensure that students who go to work when they're eligible for the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, will we ensure that nowhere in the process will hamper them from working, prevent them? We're giving them $1,250. Well, we shouldn't allow students who work to lose money from their benefit. If they work 21 hours, they might lose their $1,250. And the Deputy Minister said, yes, obviously we're going to ensure this. And are they going to ensure that there's measures implemented so that the more students work, the more they'll receive? Obviously, I think we can see that the government is clearly committed. And the last point in this motion is important. the government is considering measures to increase the purchasing power of seniors, notably by increasing old age security and the GIS. We're somewhat mistrustful that the government will focus on the GIS, which only affects 40% of seniors, even though everyone has higher grocery costs. But in recent weeks, the Bloc has really focused on seniors, and we're not done this, and we'll continue to do this until all seniors are covered. We want to increase their purchasing power, and we want to enhance their economic conditions in various regions of Quebec. So, Chair, I'm rather happy. Despite the back and forth thing we've seen today, we will remain vigilant, constructively and positively with a collaborative approach to the service of Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Chair. I really have the opportunity today to dialogue with my colleagues. I'm very happy, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And yes, it's good to hear the behind-the-scenes explanations why we decided on a certain amount in relation to another. It was really complicated, and I understand we had to find a balance about how we could help people through this tough period, and at the same time balance this with other programs and other needs in our society. In fact, I've seen that there's an opportunity here somewhere for students. They're seeking the opportunity to work, particularly in essential services. There's a company in my region that is hiring a lot of people because they produce essential service. Can my colleague comment on that? Did he have the same experience, the member for Belleuil-Chambly? Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague. We can look at the details of all this legislation, but sometimes when it's an emergency, we create programs that have to be improved later because they weren't written in a month and a half. They were written in a few weeks. So for this, I congratulate them. But today, we've noted 3 enhancements that we've called for. The first one is to ensure that employers of all nature, farmers, municipalities, tourism companies who need student labor, that will have incentives through support. And we're really happy that we got a clear response about this. So the more students work, they will have a higher amount of income in their pocket. So we really wanted a clear response in terms of old age security for our seniors. So in coming days, we'll be looking at research and concerns with respect to public finances. We'll have to look at other things. But today we're happy with the progress we've made. Questions and comments?
Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that one of the things that I find frustrating about all of this, the CESB, it provides 40% less on average to students. The government has said we are providing a whole suite of programs for students that they can access. The service grants that they can get through volunteering, or the access to Canada grants or student loans and grants later on when they start school. However, students' needs and their payments and their rent and their grocery bills and all of those things, they're due now. And so all of these things are just forcing them to take on more debt and take on more loans, whether they're in debt to the federal government or they're debt to a bank or a credit card company. So I'd like to hear the member's thoughts on that and how frustrating that can be for students, particularly in his riding.
The Honourable for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague. The benefit, as it will be adopted today, most likely, will not increase student debt, but it does remain a concern in the longer term. But general debt during difficult times is always a concern. And I must say that I'm not sure how much we're able to reduce this by, but for example, we can look at tuition fees. We'll have to look at what we can do. And along the same lines, there are a whole bunch of different programs that overlap each other, and we'll have to really look at this, how we can straighten this out. This is kind of the result of the urgent situation we were facing. We created many programs, and we will need a lot more rigor going forward and openness in terms of these programs. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-La Matapédia. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank my leader for sharing his time with me. To begin, I would like to take this opportunity to salute the people of Avignon-La and thank them for the great resilience they've shown during this crisis. And also I'd like to thank the measures, their compliance with the measures that were put in place by public health authorities. I'm pleased to be here today as the Bloc Québécois President of Youth Affairs to debate the bill that will help support thousands of students in Quebec and Canada affected by this crisis. The Bloc has made a strong request to the government not to leave students out of the equation. The government has heard us and introduced the Canada Student Emergency Benefit to provide support to students and recent graduates who are not eligible for the CERB or for EI and who are unable to work because of COVID-19. The government has offered them $1,250 a month for those students who are eligible, or more for people who are taking care of people with disabilities. So this is good news for young people who may be ill or taking care of someone who's ill or cannot take on a summer job because the company they worked for last year can't open its doors regardless of the reason. So this is good news. So the benefit is an emergency one. And when I was a student myself, not that long ago, I must presume that students will be the first ones to want to help out as soon as the situation permits. And they're happy to do it. Yesterday, I was talking to the presidents of the Union Étudiante du Québec, and they told me that many members have already sent in their resumes to work at Quebec's long-term care facilities and on farms and businesses there. The Bloc recognizes the contribution that young people make to our society. The vast majority of them won't apply for the benefit before they've looked for work. And we've heard several criticisms in recent days about this measure, saying that students will not make the necessary effort to find a job if they can receive money from Ottawa directly. You'll understand that the CERB created several classes of citizens because of the various eligibility criteria, hence through a creation of a benefit specifically for students. However, students are citizens like any others, and they also have bills to pay. A student who moves, for example, from Gaspésie to go to UQAM in Montreal will have to pay around $3,600 for their first month, and then they'll be paying $1,200 after that for each month for fixed costs for their rent, their food, their transportation, and other expenses. And for students in other areas of Canada, costs can even be much higher. Some people aren't fortunate enough to receive help from others, like their families, and they really need the government's assistance. The minister was talking about Felix earlier, and I'd like to talk to you about Thomas, who is a student who contacted our office recently. He's a civil engineering student at Laval University, and because of his workload, he doesn't work during the school year. Yesterday, he took his last exam of the session, and instead of relaxing after this stressful time, his anxiety is increasing. He knows that he won't be able to pay his rent, his phone bill, or his internet bill. He doesn't know. and he started an internship on Monday, which was canceled because of this crisis. And Thomas is not the only one going through this. There are thousands of students across Quebec and Canada who are in the same boat. And this summer is the time when they're able to prepare financially for the next school year. It's not just money that's at stake here. These summer jobs are not only a source of income, but they're also a source of experience. Students are also in an unusual situation.
And so I'd like to get back to the case of these people who have, over the last several days, indicated their discontent with the benefit offered to students by the government. Some of them are putting forward this myth of laziness among students in Quebec and Canada. In order to counter this myth and to change what could be perceived as a disincentive to look for jobs, the Bloc Québécois is suggesting a compromise, which would be good for everyone and would increase student purchasing power and allow them to make important savings for the public purse. The Bloc Québécois has proposed that the federal assistance promised to students be changed so that young people can keep part of their salary before they are penalized. We propose that because we think that the emergency benefit for students is somewhat unfair. It's unfair for students who are going to take the time to find a job and can't get the benefit for every additional dollar for the $1,000 they earn, which means that is set as the eligibility criteria. We know that the regular benefit has been set up in a context of isolation. For a student to be in this context now, we have the reopening of certain businesses. This is a change in applying the measure in the sense that many businesses are reopening their doors as much as they can in a restricted way. I'm thinking that there are jobs that will be available part-time only. Employers and employees are not advantaged when a student will refuse to do a few extra hours to avoid losing access to a benefit. To have access, a student must have earned $1,000 a month, and the government is proposing that a student only loses 50 cents of the benefit for each dollar they have earned as employment income over the $1,000 already allowed. A student could earn up to $3,500 a month before completely losing their benefit. This crisis is affecting the health of our economy, and the need for labor is pressing in many sectors, including the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, we think that students are certainly a source of labor that we can rely on. The Canadian benefit is necessary to support students, but it could be improved. I hope the government will hear our requests. We can set up new financial incentives and support measures for students and young people and in the agricultural sector in order to ensure economic stability. What we all want, essentially, is for the government to ensure that the different financial measures that have been implemented be offered such that they fulfill the main objectives while maintaining employment under all circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would like to thank my colleague on the other side. I think that this collaboration with all political parties in the House have been fruitful. And we have legislation before us that will help a specific group. It's been some time since I was a student, but I graduated from the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi. That's where I learned to speak French in 1980-81. And there was a recession at the time. Like many other students, like many new graduates, I ended up working in jobs that were less interesting, that weren't really in line with my career goals. But eventually, everything went well. I would like to hear from my colleague. Does she think that this situation could become an opportunity? I know that the world is upside down, but does she see opportunities for young people in this situation? The Honourable Member for Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you for the question. I think that it's our work to improve the different programs that are being implemented. This was implemented as an emergency measure, not after months and months of preparation. Everything can be improved. It's our job to do so. Every single day, like many of my colleagues here, I receive questions from citizens who are worried, citizens who are falling through the gaps of various programs. And so we have suggestions to improve them. And that's what we did with this program, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. I think students had been somewhat forgotten during this time of crisis, and so we are very pleased to see that we can all work together to provide financial support to students. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Let me see if I remember the writing name. Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you for the idea being put forward by the Bloc Québécois, because I entirely agree. This is a benefit for students to have the right to work a job, perhaps part-time. That way they don't have to choose between having no job at all and maybe having some work. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, where's the opportunity for us as parliamentarians to show our support through unanimous consent? The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I entirely understood the question, if we can agree to the motion that's been put forward in the House. However, I think that the opposition and the government have all worked together to make sure that this emergency benefit for students be improved. It will therefore be implemented relatively quickly. There were concerns from student associations, including those in Quebec, who were wondering when something was going to be implemented. Would adopting the bill be delayed? When were they going to get money in their pockets? But as you see, things have advanced fairly quickly, and we hope that this will continue to be the case. Questions and comments? We have time for one quick question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. It's an honour to be able to speak twice in a row, but I just want to say a big thank you. I didn't understand that this had been added to the motion that we did indeed pass, and now I understand. And I am so very pleased with my colleague's answer. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this was after the speech by the Deputy Prime Minister. A question was raised by the member for Belleuil-Champly, and that's when we had the confirmation that our request would be implemented. And so there you have it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the beginning of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, we've said that there's three things that Canadians need. They need to have the money to be able to pay their bills, the confidence that they'll have a job to return to, and a safe place to live. Throughout this crisis, we've seen that the government has acted too slowly and in many cases with too little to help Canadians get through this crisis. We've said from the beginning, the simplest way and the most effective way to ensure that no one is missed, that no one is left behind, is to directly send support to all Canadians. Absent that, we've said that if you're not willing to do a universal basic income for Canadians during this crisis, then at least make the CERB universal. Make the CERB universal so that anyone who needs help right now can access that help. But every step of the way, instead of a simple solution which prioritizes making sure Canadians who need help can get it, the Liberals have preferred a complicated approach, one where they are constantly changing and upgrading it. And contrary to the Deputy Prime Minister, I don't believe that that's something that is a strength when there's a clear solution that they've completely avoided. It would have been a strength if we had a very universal program and then had to modify to expand to other things not expected in terms of businesses and other groups. But if there's an easy solution to provide help to all Canadians, and the Liberals are ignoring that option, only to have to return to Parliament to update and to continually change because we push them to close the gaps, that is not something they should be proud of. In fact, what the government is doing, Mr. Speaker, is they are making a choice. The government is choosing to deny help to those who need it most. They are choosing to deny help to those who are desperately in need. In fact, their position is this: they would rather deny help to those who need it most than risk someone getting more help than they need. That's really the choice that they're making. They are so afraid that there may be some people that don't need help that might end up getting it, that they're willing to risk people who are in desperate need falling through the cracks. That is a choice they're making. But we've got a solution to that. We can easily tax back those who get extra help that don't need it. We have a year till the next tax season. In that time, I am confident that if it was a priority of this government to ensure Canadians got the help they needed, that those who got extra help could be taxed back very easily. We're in a crisis. We're in a pandemic. The priority shouldn't be excluding or denying people in need and then trying to catch up and find solutions. The priority should be, we don't want anyone to fall through the cracks, and we'll tax back those who didn't need the help. That should be our solution. This is not the time to deny help. This is the time to deliver help quickly and as rapidly as possible to everyone in need. Ce gouvernement est en train de faire un choix.
This government is making a choice. It's a choice. It is choosing to leave some people behind, to refuse help to some people who desperately need it. This government prefers to refuse help to those who need it rather than risk that somebody might get help that they didn't need. There is a solution, a simple one. Give help to everyone. Give it to them now. If someone receives something that they did not need, that could be resolved at tax time.
Ce n'est pas le moment de refuser l'aide aux gens.
This is not the time to refuse help to people. It is the time to help more people as quickly as possible.
Now, I want to talk about the approach to students. We've said from the beginning that there were too many people that were missed by the CERB. Notably, we mentioned students as well as owner-operators, seniors, people living with disabilities, but let's focus on students. It's clear from the approach that the Liberal government is taking that this government believes that there are some students who are deserving of help and there are others who are not. They are basing their assumptions on a very privileged view of the world. In his announcement about students, the Prime Minister actually said to the public, when referencing this aid, he said, you know what, maybe students are going to have to go to mom and dad and ask for help, and it's going to be harder to do that these days. What the Prime Minister didn't really reflect on is that many students are moms and dads. Now, the government initially proposed, this was their proposition until we pushed them, they thought it was okay, they thought it was justified to give students with children and students living with disabilities less help. They thought it was okay to cut the help that went to a mom that decided to go back to school to get an education and that she somehow deserved less help. The government thought it was okay for a student who's living with disabilities, who already faces challenges getting a job, the government thought it was okay to tell that student, you deserve less help. As if a student living with disabilities has to pay less for rent or less for groceries. As if a mom that goes back to school has some sort of discount on their groceries or their bills. Well, in case the government doesn't know this, they don't have a discount. In fact, it might be more costly and more difficult for them. It seems like the government wanted to penalize people for going to school. They wanted to penalize students living with disabilities and parents that went on to get education. And I want to give a clear example of what this means. A student who can provide a picture of what this decision meant. Miranda is from Victoria. She's a single mom who was in full-time studies last year. She didn't make the $5,000 cutoff to be qualified for the CERB. She's now unemployed because she has an 8-year-old daughter, and as a result of COVID-19, has no childcare. So she's lost her childcare. She doesn't qualify for CERB. She's wondering how she's going to pay for the rent, for her food, for her bills. And this government thinks that Miranda deserves less simply because she went to school. What's this government's response to someone like Miranda? They initially thought that she didn't need help, or she didn't deserve as much help, or that since she was struggling before the pandemic, it was okay that she was struggling. That it's okay that things were tough for her because she was used to it. That logic is simply inexcusable, and it is wrong.
Quelle est la réponse du gouvernement aux étudiants en général?
What is the government response to students? You don't deserve help, or you don't deserve as much help. You were in difficulty before the pandemic, so get used to it. That is inexcusable, and it makes no sense.
And why the government thought it was okay to initially leave students with disabilities behind. That it was okay to offer an arbitrary sum of money and say, we'll give these students living with disabilities an arbitrary sum less than anyone else. That to me just speaks to a callousness around their decision making when it comes to students, and perhaps a privileged worldview of what it means to be a student. And when it comes to students living with disabilities, the fact that they were particularly given less funding as well really belies the reality. These are students that have to probably pay far more in costs. Cost of transportation, if you're someone living with a disability, and healthcare that isn't covered, your costs are probably higher, not lower. And we know that people living with disabilities face higher rates of unemployment. So it is probably more likely that someone with a disability is not likely to have had a job to qualify for the CERB. And as a student trying to improve their lot in life, why would this government discriminate against them that way? But you know what makes all of this even more hurtful? What makes all of this even more callous is when we contrast this government's approach to students like Miranda, to students living with disabilities, when we contrast that with their approach to wealthy, powerful businesses. Let's contrast the two. This government isn't worried about the billions of dollars that we as a country, we as people are losing to those companies that choose to cheat our system by using tax havens. They're not worried about that. That's okay. But Miranda, she deserved $250 less. But a student living with disabilities deserves $250 less because they're a student living with disabilities. But a company like Loblaws can use legally a tax haven and avoid paying $400 million in taxes, approximately. Unreal that this government thinks it's okay to allow a company like Loblaws to use offshore tax havens, and again, it's legal. That's the problem here. They're legally allowed to do that. So they can go ahead and not contribute $400 million to our country to helping with services and programs. But Miranda, she deserves $250 less. That's a choice. That's a decision that this government's making. That's not a happenstance. That's not a coincidence. That is a thoughtful choice that they're making, and it is wrong.
Ce gouvernement est tellement inquiet que des gens comme Miranda.
This government is so worried that people like Miranda might get more money than they deserve, that it is ready to give them $250 less per month. But during this time, the government isn't worried about tracking down the billions of dollars that are lost every single year to big businesses who are cheating the system and using tax havens. It is crazy. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Now, we have asked this government to commit to something really simple. And we've seen other countries do this. Denmark, France, Poland, all of these countries have committed to the very same thing we're asking this government to do. If a company in Canada thinks it's okay to cheat our tax system, if a company in Canada thinks it's okay to put their money in an offshore tax haven purposefully to avoid contributing to our society, to avoid contributing to the social programs in our country, to avoid paying their fair share, then no, that company does not deserve public help. We've asked the government to commit to that. Other countries have committed to it clearly. This government has not. The Prime Minister has not committed to this. It is a simple solution. If a company thinks that it's above contributing their fair share, if a company thought, oh, you know what, I'm going to save on billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars and I'm not going to contribute to the public good, then you know what? That company does not deserve the public good to help them out in times of tough. Yet the government has not committed to that. To date, the government has not committed to doing this. Again, I asked the Prime Minister earlier today, I asked the government today, there are ministers here, will you commit to ensuring that a company in Canada that uses offshore tax havens will not get public funding, will not be bailed out during this time? I ask you, commit to that. It's a simple solution. Denmark, France, all these countries are doing the same thing. Poland is even doing this thing. Why won't this country do it? Why won't this government do it? When there's so many examples of other countries doing it. It's a clear solution. There's billions of dollars that we could recover. I'm asking you to do it. More than me, Canadians want you to do this. People want to know that they are getting a fair share. And it doesn't make sense that this government's going to deny a universal CERB at the same time that there are companies who are stealing effectively billions of dollars out of our coffers to contribute to our social good. That doesn't make any sense. It is beyond time that the Liberal government commit to closing these tax loopholes, to ensuring that we have the revenue that we can invest in Canadians, we can invest in people, and ensure people are lifted up in this time. The government shouldn't worry about nickel and diming students when wealthy corporations like Loblaws can get away with not paying hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. Single parents like Miranda are not the problem. Company owners like Galen Weston are the problem. And it's not his fault, it's this government's fault that they're allowing offshore tax havens to exist. I want to talk about another issue that's hurting Canadians and that people are desperately worried about, and that's rent. Rent is due again on the 1st of the month, and that's going to be this Friday. And there are far too many Canadians that don't know how they're going to pay their rent. We've urged this government to use the powers that we have at the federal level to negotiate, not to negotiate, to use the powers we have and jurisdiction that we have over banks to ensure that there is a pause on mortgage, not a deferral, which means people who use a deferral end up having to pay far more in the long run. It costs them far more. We're asking this government to use the powers we have expressly in the Constitution, Section 91, expressly in the Bank Act, to put a pause on mortgages and then to negotiate with provinces to ensure there's a pause on rent. We know that mortgage and rent are connected. If we negotiate that pause, we can ensure people are going to be able to stay in their home. Now, we've also heard from small businesses who said their biggest concern, one of their biggest costs, one of their biggest fixed costs are commercial rent. And while we are pleased with the announcement that after a lot of pressure and a lot of great work from a lot of activists across the country and a lot of small business owners and New Democrats, that the government announced some help and some relief for rent when it comes to commercial properties or commercial rent. That's a good thing. But if the government has been able to figure out a way to put in place relief on commercial rent, working with provinces to do that, I again implore the government, people need that help as well. So the same way you were able to figure out how to work with provinces to bring in place relief for small businesses, which is much needed, I ask you to do the same for people who are worried about paying their rent. There is no reason why you can't extend that same relief, that same support to people who, if they can't find a place to live, we're not just going to have a problem with homelessness or a lack of housing, we're also going to have a public health emergency when people who've been told they need to stay at home are no longer able to, and then put more risk of infection and spreading the disease into our healthcare system. And the Prime Minister doesn't need to wait for a press conference. The Prime Minister can announce that today, that there will be relief for Canadians who need help when it comes to their rent. The Canadians who need help with their mortgage can count on help. That can be announced today.
The Prime Minister can do this today. He doesn't have to wait for the next press conference. He can tell renters today that they will receive the help that they need.
And just in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that in every moment of this crisis, the Liberal government's first impulse or first reaction was to leave people behind. They left out workers out of EI, and we pushed them to fix it. They left out workers in general who weren't covered by EI, we pushed them, and they brought in place the CERB. They left small businesses behind, and we pushed them to fix that as well. And now they wanted to leave students behind, and we pushed them, and they've come some of the way. But we're going to keep on pushing them to make sure they go all the way. Because the right thing to do right now is to help people out, not to complicate things with different programs that have different criteria and different levels of support. What people need right now is to know if they need help, they can apply for it and get it. The best way to help people right now is to make it easy to get the help they need, to make it quick, to make it accessible. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House call on the government to make the Canada Emergency Response Benefit a universal benefit, such that students, seniors, and anyone in need can apply for and receive $2,000 a month to help them through these difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
L'honorable député de Burnaby.
Does the honourable member for Burnaby South have unanimous consent to move this motion? There is no unanimous consent to this motion. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to record, the Green Party was very happy to have given unanimous consent had there been enough others to do so. The Green Party has been calling for a guaranteed livable income for 2 decades now, and will continue to do so. I would like to put to the honourable member, though, that I agree with the proposition that we should not be providing COVID relief to corporations that hide their money in offshore accounts. But I can see the issue with, do we want to say their workers can't get the 75% wage benefit? I note that some NGOs that work in this area, Tax Fairness for an example, are saying, look, there's other things we can target besides all COVID relief programs. I suggest, for instance, corporate stock bailouts not be allowed, executive bonuses, golden parachutes, shareholder dividends held off for a full year for any corporation that hides its money offshore but also receive COVID benefits. We could also look at an excess profit tax to come in to recoup those benefits. But I do think, although I agree totally on the principle that companies that hide their money offshore and evade taxes should not be able to benefit from COVID-19 relief measures, the problem is their workers should. So I asked the honourable member what he would propose and if we could find another solution.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you to my colleague for the question. We can absolutely solve this problem. So first off, if a company right now is registered in an offshore tax haven, if they want government support, they can commit to removing their money from that offshore tax haven and put that back into the public. They can commit to contributing their fair share, and with that commitment, ironclad commitment, then they can receive the support. In addition, we need to make sure that with whatever support we deliver, any support that we deliver has to be guaranteed going to workers. So we don't want a situation where a company receives a blank check, and we've seen Conservatives do that in the past during the 2007-2008 crisis, where companies received billions of dollars of public money only to shut down their factories and move them to other jurisdictions, and where jobs were lost in Canada. And so there should never be in any sector a blank check given to any corporation. They should be required to have ironclad agreements that they'll go directly to jobs, maintaining or creating or hiring people in the country where that support is given.
Questions and comments? Question observation. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so glad that the honourable member and my leader has mentioned that. I know that that was one of the things that happened in my riding. Caterpillar got a significant amount of money from the federal government several years ago, and then they picked up and they left, and there were no jobs left in my community under that the company. So I'm really glad that that was raised. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague. One of the key things that has happened that I'm grateful for that the federal government has done is that they've waived interest fees for students for 6 months. However, New Democrats have been pushing and calling for that to be a permanent move. So how important would that be for this government to do that, to take that initiative and to take that bold step? How important would that be for students?
For Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from London Fanshawe for the question. We've noticed, and I think we should start thinking about this, that many of the programs that we're contemplating now should be things that we consider moving forward in a future which is better than the past. We don't want to go back to normal. We want to go forward to something better, a system and social programs that take better care of one another. And in that, the idea of waiving student interest is something that we should absolutely do. That there is no reason why the federal government should be profiting off the backs of students who are in debt, that loan should be interest-free, and that should continue. That's something we believe in, and it's something that should be a go-forward basis in terms of a policy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I want to pick up on what my colleague said about the investments that we need to make, the investments we need to make here. This isn't just some kind of stopgap emergency. Our whole Canadian notion of our economy and our social life has broken down, and the investments we make will pave the way for a stronger and more resilient Canada. And one of the areas that's always concerned me is we see the breach of the trust with post-secondary students who have enormous amounts of debt and have come out into the gig economy. We see contract professors making barely minimum wage. And when COVID hit, within 2 weeks, many people who had post-secondary degrees, who had put so much effort into improving themselves, did not have rent to get through. And yet we have the Prime Minister saying, well, they should call on mom and dad to help them out. To me, it speaks of an attitude. The Prime Minister believes that this middle class exists. It has not existed for a long time. It is the gig economy. It is the precarious economy. So what steps will we take coming out of this to learn lessons that never again will Canadians be left so precarious with so little financial support at the end of the month, particularly if they spent so much in student debt to better themselves?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Timmins James Bay has touched on a lot of what we need to consider when we move forward. That we've seen in this crisis a lot of the glaring inequality laid bare. It has shown what we've known for a long time, and has made it really abundantly clear that what has happened in the past was not good enough. That the precarious employment that people suffered, that the lack of social programs, and a social safety net that was not designed for the realities that people are facing right now. And that's why we need to not only waive interest on student debt, we also need to look at supports. People no longer have the benefits that they once had, and so that's why we need to have a head-to-toe healthcare system that covers people when it comes to their mental health or their medication or their dental care. We need to make sure that we are investing in people, and we have an opportunity to do that right now. when we make choices in the following weeks and months in the following years, we can make choices to build a better future. Not to return back to normal, but to build a better future where we don't see some of these inequalities laid bare again, but where we're more resilient and we have a fairer society where people can achieve their greatness and their full potential.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et observations? L'honorable député, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a rare opportunity to have a chance to have a follow-up question with the honourable member for Burnaby South. But as we look to the post-pandemic world, which I think we may all agree in this place, we may not want to bounce back, we may want to bounce forward. And looking at where these social inequalities have been laid bare, I want to speak to the ones that we now see to our shame around seniors' homes. We have too much what looks like for-profit warehousing of seniors in a situation where we would have thought our elders would be treated with greater dignity and as part of our healthcare system. And I'd just like to ask the member for Burnaby South for his thoughts.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
I want to really thank the member for this question because it gives us an opportunity to talk about what the impact of decades of neglect of our healthcare system have shown us. That decades of federal government, conservative and liberal, cuts to healthcare have resulted in healthcare systems provincially that have been starved of funding. And the worst examples of this neglect, the horrible toll of this neglect, are the conditions in long-term care homes, where seniors who should be able to retire with dignity and safety and security, where family members should have the confidence of knowing that their loved ones will be cared for, are now instead seeing that these are the sites of some of the worst conditions. And as the member pointed out, it's often, and it is mostly, the for-profit and privatized long-term care homes where we see some of the worst conditions. And so more than ever, we need to commit to no longer allowing for-profit model of healthcare, particularly for vulnerable people like seniors. We need to invest more in our healthcare system, make sure the workers at long-term care homes are paid a good salary so they don't need to work at multiple centers or multiple homes where there is an increased risk of the spread of an infection. We need to do a lot more to treat the people who have sacrificed so much, seniors, that have given their whole lives to this country. They should be able to retire with dignity, and long-term care homes should be a place of security and safety, not what we've seen, a place where we've seen the worst toll of COVID-19.
Please, the débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Prosperity and the Middle Class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by giving a shout out to my constituents in Ottawa-Vanier who, from the very beginning of this crisis, have stayed in contact with me, have shared their ideas and their concerns, and the fact that we're working together in our community to support one another and nationwide, but particularly in my riding. I'd also like to express my thanks for this opportunity to address the House on COVID-19 and the extra steps that we are taking to further help Canadians through this unprecedented situation. In these extraordinary times, the realities of the labour market are changing every day. The government is looking for ways to adapt the programs and supports for Canadians, and in particular students and young people, as we confront this pandemic together. Thanks to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, the government has created financial support for Canadians in these unprecedented circumstances. This benefit gives Canadians who aren't working because of the pandemic or whose hours have been significantly reduced an amount of $2,000 every 4 weeks, up to 16 weeks in total.
Million applications have been processed to date under EI and the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. These numbers are simply incredible, and it gives us an idea of the number of people who are financially impacted by this pandemic. However, Mr. Speaker, the government realized that certain Canadians were falling through the cracks and were not eligible to get the help that they need with the existing CERB criteria. This is why today we are proposing to take the next step in our approach to supporting all Canadians who need it most during this pandemic. It's now time to look more closely at Canadian students' situation because they need specific help and support. Right now, as they are self-isolating, just like everyone else in the country, many Canadian post-secondary students are left wondering how they are going to provide for themselves. Even students from Ottawa U and La Cité in my riding have been reaching out, especially to find out how we will support them.
While they would normally turn toward their parents for support, they're confronted with the harsh reality that mom and dad probably are having trouble paying their own bills at this time. Some students qualify for the CERB. For example, students who earned at least $5,000 over the past year, and those who were working but lost their job on account of COVID-19. But that's not the case for many students, Mr. Speaker. We estimate that over 1 million post-secondary students would not qualify for the financial support provided by the CERB. Students have serious problems to grapple with, Mr. Speaker. Their studies have been interrupted, they have fewer job opportunities, and their co-op jobs or community service or other placements have undoubtedly been disrupted. That means that young people are concerned and are wondering what to do.
Mr. Speaker, the government wants to make sure that young people know that they matter and that we are there for them in these difficult times. This is why we are proposing this complementary bill to the Government of Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, which already commits $146 billion in direct support to Canadians and businesses through these unprecedented times. It's the next logical step. Our comprehensive package of measures for students will allow the government to implement a range of measures designed to help 3 broad groups of young people: students, job seekers, and youth looking for service opportunities. As the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion previously explained in more detail, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit is the largest piece of the framework. It will provide immediate help to support students right across the country. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, it will provide $1,250 a month from May to August to post-secondary students and recent graduates who cannot find summer employment due to COVID-19. Students who care for dependents or have a disability will receive an additional $500 a month for a total of $1,750 a month. High school graduates entering post-secondary education are also eligible. Mr. Speaker, the government expects that more than 1 million students and recent graduates will benefit from this financial support. To help students with fall tuition, the Canada Student Loans Program will double student loans, grants, lower expected contributions, and expand eligibility to student loans and grants. This is in addition to the 6-month interest-free moratorium on repayment of student loans. Mr. Speaker, all student loan borrowers automatically had their repayments suspended until September 30th, 2020. No payment is required and interest will not accrue during this time. All of these measures will make students' lives a little less stressful during these difficult times, Mr. Speaker.
Since our government brought in the CERB, questions have been raised publicly about the idea of a universal basic income in Canada. We are listening, Mr. Speaker, and these questions deserve to be closely examined and debated at the appropriate time, but this is not that time. Since the outset of this crisis, we have had to adapt to the constantly changing reality of this pandemic. And given the urgency, the government had to act swiftly, very swiftly. Millions of Canadians needed financial support to pay for their groceries, their rent, and to meet the needs of their family. Fortunately, many Canadians are still getting a paycheck, so they don't need emergency funding to pay their bills, Mr. Speaker.
But we needed to provide support quickly for those who do need it. And our biggest priority was making sure that the help got to those who need it most. This being the end of April, beginning of May, now is the time that post-secondary students and school terms end, and when students are looking for summer jobs. Of course, this is not going to happen as easily as this year, Mr. Speaker, and these students might not be eligible to apply for the CERB. That's why we require Parliament's approval to move forward with the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, which is the next logical step to help more Canadians in need to get through this pandemic.
With the introduction of C-15, our government is telling students that they matter, that their plans for the future matter, and that we are there to help them. We're all in this together, and we remain determined to help all Canadians through these difficult times. Thank you. Questions and comments?
It's the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her presentation to the House today. This is Bill C-15. Bill C-13 was the first wage subsidy and first emergency bill. The government didn't get it right. It listened. It brought C-14. So I'm hoping we might see a C-16 so that we can actually fix this new project. I'd ask the Minister for half of the amount of the $9 billion that they're committing overall to student relief. They could increase massively the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, allowing half of that investment to trickle down to small and medium-sized businesses, farms, provide relief for many of the frontline essential services and jobs for students in return for the money. There would still be enough money left over for a $1,000 tuition credit for all students at half of the overall cost of this program. So my question for the minister in charge of the middle class and those working hard to join it is, why is their program so structured to prevent people from working? We should incentivize work, and wherever that government investment in students can trickle down to small businesses and farms, why would we not do it that way?
Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also as Associate Minister of Finance, we have been looking at different ways on how we can help students from different fields and from different realities across the country to see how our supports can really help them during this period of the summer and also prepare them for the fall. So we developed different measures to support these students. We called the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy. We're investing $153.7 million to help youth develop the skills and gain the experience they need to successfully transition into the labor market. We're also changing the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy Canada Summer Jobs Program by extending it until next February to make it more flexible. We are also creating the Student Work Placement Program to support up to 20,000 post-secondary students across Canada to obtain paid work experience. So we've looked at how the students across the country, all the needs that they have, and that's why we're proposing these measures.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Is that when COVID hit, the university students started saying that their future was in peril. Suddenly, work that they had disappeared. Their student debts are massive. We see that the federal government has actually started telling students that they normally hire for research that they're not hiring them this year because of COVID. So the federal government's not stepping up. And yet, if you're 15 and you made $5,000 last year, you're eligible for $2,000 a month. If you're a full-time post-secondary student who is now unable to work, you get $12.50 a month. That makes no sense. And it speaks, I believe, to a attitude about university students that they're somehow there for a lark, when so many of them have had to go back to school, so many of them are in massive levels of debt already. To say that $12.50 is enough to get by just does not make sense. How does the government justify this two-tier standard in response to emergency measures, given that other people, they've recognized that a bottom line of $2,000 a month is the minimum that you need?
Honourable Minister, the Honourable Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the conversation that we're having today, and I believe that we have a broad set of programs and supports for students all over Canada. One mention that he raised was about research, and I can tell you that we're increasing by $291.6 million to support up to 40,000 student researchers and postdoctoral fellows through the federal granting councils. This is really important for their students that are in research to continue their studies, and we will continue to support them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, this is incredible for us to be debating this today. Today's youth are tomorrow's leaders, and indeed they are the future of Canada. And for me, it sort of hits to the heart, because before coming to this place, I spent many years at an incredible post-secondary institution where I saw these incredible young people contribute their ideas, their service, their research, or their ideas to entrepreneurialism to create that next venture and contributing to Canada's economy. And COVID-19 has really created has been really hard, and it's been hard for our young people and hard for students. So I would love, I'd love the member to be able to talk to us about, the minister to talk to us about how this benefit is going to help those incredible young people and students here in Canada. Thank you.
Associate Minister of Finance.
Merci, et je remercie.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. And I'm going to answer in French to make sure there's some balance here in the House. I'd like to say that by preparing these emergency measures for students, when preparing them, we consulted students. We discussed things with students from all across the country to see how we could best support them through this crisis. That is why we have presented this series of programs that will help them get through the summer and prepare for the fall. I'd like to go back to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. That will help a number of students, but there are many others, like the volunteer grant, which will help a number of students to have a volunteer experience and get some experience in their field.
Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her speech. I know she has a warm place in her heart for Oshawa, and I hope to welcome her there for her next tournament, perhaps when we're over with this pandemic. But I know that she believes in students, she believes in our young people as we do on this side of the House. I do like the fact, too, that she's reaching out for the conversation side of things, because here in the Conservative Party, we have different ideas as well. My honourable member from Durham put forward a good idea. I'd like to ask the Minister about this one. Conservatives have proposed that the government create a program to match students and youth employees with jobs in the agriculture sector. It would be like the Canada Summer Jobs Program, where the program would cover the minimum wage for the new student, but then the wage could be supplemented by an employer. And of course, the employers would look after the health and safety. But this way, Mr. Speaker, the student would get a higher salary for their job, put more money into their pockets at the end of the summer, but also allow employers who need that labor to get out there. Is she open to supporting a program like that, yes or no? I'd love her answer to that.
Honourable Associate Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his invitation, as I've been in Oshawa many times in the past year for volleyball tournaments, and it's always a great honour to go in his riding. for my kids were playing volleyball, of course. But I support, I'm a mom. But again, let's get back to the seriousness of this. We know that we need to enhance these programs, and we have to identify jobs that will make these students have an opportunity to work during the summer. And I believe the agriculture sector has been encouraging students to go and work, and we will help in bringing a response on encouraging students to go work in the agriculture sector during this summer. Thank you.
Hey, we've got time for one more question and response. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the interesting comments that my honourable colleague made across the way during her speech was that now is not the time for this benefit to become universal, and maybe that they would look at it again at some point. But I can't imagine any other time than now where ensuring that everybody is covered, that everybody has the supports that they need is recognized. I mean, they had 4 years in the government before to have brought forward a universal basic income, but they failed to do that. So hopefully it's something that they move forward with seriously. Certainly, though, we come back here time after time to fix these issues that rise from the fact that all of these people are falling through the cracks. So could she explain again why not making this a universal benefit is the best policy?
Honourable Associate Minister.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me answer the question of my honourable colleague. And as I was mentioning in my speech, we think that we should have a conversation at some point, but this is not the time. Currently, we are unwavering in our commitment to support Canadians who are facing hardship during this challenging time. And rather than sending a modest amount to every Canadian, we chose to send money to those who are impacted by the COVID-19. And as the Canada Emergency Response Benefit helps by providing $2,000 a month to those who have lost income, that is one of the solutions. We're also making sure that employers who have been the hardest hit will continue to pay their employees with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. We will continue to work with the honourable colleagues to make sure we can support all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I should start off by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Peace River, Westlock. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to start off by saying, when I was younger, Oshawa was a little bit different town. Oshawa proudly was able to support many of us students working in good summer jobs at we had a GM assembly plant at that time. I remember working 8 years in that plant, and it was a good wage and great experience. And many of my friends in different programs, whether it was engineering or management or the trades or labor, we got some great experience there. And, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a chiropractor, and you may say, what kind of experience did I get working on the floor at GM? To be a chiropractor? Well, you know what it did? It allowed me to connect to my constituents and know what they were going through when they came to see me. And I always joke, even it maybe helped me in politics. I said I'd come to Ottawa here to straighten out those politicians. And I tell you, when you get to work in your community, it's a wonderful experience. And today, it's a different environment. And, there's no longer the same opportunities. We've lost our assembly plant. There still are good opportunities in the auto sector, I got to say that. We've got some growth too in healthcare, education, but students still make up a great part of my constituency. And I got to tell you, this bill hits home. Between Ontario Tech University, Trent University, Durham campus, the Durham College, Oshawa is home to thousands of students, literally thousands. In 2019, Ontario Tech University had a total of 10,348 students. Add to that, Durham College has more than 13,600 full post-secondary and apprenticeship students, with more than 2,000 students from over 60 countries, along with thousands of students in part-time professional and online studies. And Trent University, Durham campus, has over 1,600 undergraduate students, with 41 graduate students as well. And I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, unlike years past, I'm hearing from our young people, and our young people are hurting. They want the same thing that we wanted. They want a job, they don't want a handout, they want a future, they want experience, they want a better life, and they want opportunities. And I love hanging around young people because they really inspire me, because they know that Canada is the best country in the world and we have the best potential and the best place to live. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is about students and their future. And I'm hearing from the students in my riding that they're in immediate need. Also, their families are in immediate need. So I'm very happy to be here today and support this bill. Our Conservative opposition has also been trying to work very hard to help the government to make better these bills and make better programs available for students and Canadians that need it. So we've negotiated several changes to this legislation, which includes requiring the government to connect all applicants to the Canada Job Bank and providing them with job availability information before applying, requiring parliamentary review of the legislation and benefit, instituting a legislated sunset so the benefit could not be extended through regulation, so we have accountability. But we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that unemployment in some parts of the country are extremely high because of this pandemic, and some of these jobs just aren't available. So Canadians and students need real help right now. In normal times, this would be a time when students would be starting their new summer jobs so they can save up for the next school year, as well as pay for their rent and their groceries. While the $1,250 that students will be receiving through the Canadian Emergency Students Benefit is a step that will help them pay their rent and buy their groceries, this will not place them in a position to pay for their books and tuition come September. Mr. Speaker, they need more. Students need to be able to work in a safe, sanitary environment that will not only pay their bills, but also give them the experience in their chosen field, or give them, or even in a field that gives them valuable experience. Mr. Speaker, what energizes me when I talk to students is students believe in the future of Canada. Many people, many students come here from all over the world, and a kid in Oshawa can learn from friends, make new friends that have come from all parts of the world. And they all understand the importance of experience and the potential that Canada offers these students. Students also believe in the Canadian dream, and that's why I love listening to their ideas. Though this government has sometimes a difficult time defining what the middle class is, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the students that I talk to, they know what that means. They know what they're aiming for. They want to join the middle class. They want to contribute in a significant way to the Canadian economy. Students want to do their part. They want to contribute to Canada's future. They want to settle down, pursue their career, raise their families, reach for their dreams, and help continue to make Canada the best country in the world. But right now, Mr. Speaker, what I'm hearing is that students are hurting. There's uncertainty, there's fear, and it's not just about the COVID virus. They're worried about their future. They're worried about their families. I've been hearing from mature students with dependents and the concerns that they are having with this ongoing crisis. And Mr. Speaker, this is real. They are very concerned about paying their bills while also taking care of their kids. They want to be able to graduate and get a good job in their field. And if they want, they can get married, pay for their kids' hockey or volleyball, or buy a house, buy a car, and maybe go on vacation once a year to get away from our famously frigid Canadian winter. But I submit to you this, students know what they want, and they understand the definition of middle class and what a Canadian dream is. Students know this. And as Conservatives, we want to work to help improve these government programs in these trying times. We have some really good ideas, and we've heard them in the House today, that we want to put forward to help students in a more long-term and effective way. And we offer ideas for the government's consideration, and we want to help them develop, improve their programs. So, Mr. Speaker, along with this bill, it should be a priority to expand the Canada Summer Jobs Program and create a central database to ensure that these critical jobs are filled and students can not only receive valuable experience, but limit their student debt by making more money during the summer. This program, Mr. Speaker, should focus on jobs in the agricultural sector, because we're hearing more and more about the concerns that we have about our critical supply chains and the difficulty that people in our agricultural sector are getting to fulfill the labor that they need. But we also want to, at the same time, put our students to work in a helpful and meaningful way that gives them practical life experience, which can also be valuable for their future careers. Mr. Speaker, when people think of Oshawa, they think about cars. And you know what? I'm really proud of that history. But many people don't realize Durham Region has $300 million per year that they add to the Ontario farm production. Every single year, $300 million. In 2017, there were 3,400 jobs in the forestry, the fishing, the hunting sector, and there's over 200 farms in Durham Region. And these farms produce high-quality food for Canadians, whether it's beef, whether it's lamb, honey cider, fruit, vegetables, wine. I got to tell you, we're very proud of the products that we produce in Durham Region. And we've been hit in hard times before. But I got to tell you, sometimes the hard times have a silver lining, and it brings people together. And I think with our idea, the Conservative idea, it will really help and benefit employers that are looking to give those students the experience that they need. They just maybe can't afford it right now. And it'll give students more money in their pocket so that when they get to start in the fall of 2020, they'll have less loans and more money in their pocket to start off. So, Mr. Speaker, in the end, the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit provides assistance to students in the short term, but it's important that our young people and mature students are able to get the support they need so they can be prepared for the opening of the fall 2020 semester. Whether it's online or a slightly modified environment, this can be done by expanding the Canada Summer Jobs so employers can get the help they need and supply chains can be secure, all the while putting more money in the pockets of students and giving them the experience that will last a lifetime. And Mr. Speaker, what Conservatives want to do, they want to make sure that we offer Canadians a win-win-win. So the program that we're offering, it gives the students a win, it gives businesses a win, but it gives Canadians a win. And when Canadians win, when students win, when businesses win, that ensures that we all can have a future that we can be proud of. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I anticipate some great questions from my colleagues on this.
Questions and comments? Questions, observations? Questions, commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and I think we all look forward to being able to see young people find work in their chosen fields when this is all over, and I'm pleased the Conservative Party is supporting this emergency aid to young people. But I am concerned about the sunset clause. I preferred the bill before the change that was just advocated by the Conservative Party because in allowing that change to be made by regulation, it could avoid having to bring us back into Parliament to change the legislation, given that the pandemic may have a second wave that impacts our workforce in the fall. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague from Oshawa can reflect on whether the benefits of having that sunset clause, why the Conservative Party felt that benefit outweighed the downside of having to come back and actually re-legislate if we need the benefit to last longer.
Member for Oshawa.
Then I want to thank the member from Saanich for the questions because actually, Mr. Speaker, this is an ideological argument that we can have back and forth. We're talking about accountability and transparency. And by not having a sunset clause, it means that the government could go on and on with the program spending. And Mr. Speaker, although we hear about this Team Canada approach when we're listening in the House from the Prime Minister, the reality is that it isn't quite there yet. And I must say, as a parliamentarian, what we're doing here, what we're doing through the virtual parliament, but particularly what we're doing here in this House, where we have people from across our country coming together because they believe in our democracy. They believe how it functions. And we saw with the first bill, and the member from Saanich does remember, that the government wanted unlimited spending and taxation power until I think it was 2021, 18 months, which was unprecedented in the Westminster system, Mr. Speaker. So when we're looking about a sunset clause, we do not mean to put any hardship on any student, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to come back into this House and perform how we're doing here. This is not optimal, but this is working for Canadians, and it's our job to make sure that the government has the best programs out there, because it could change in 4 to 6 months, and that's what Conservatives want, that we keep that moving forward in the proper way.
Questions and comments. Question observation. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for going and giving a great speech, and I really appreciated his story, how he was a chiropractor and then he understood about the auto industry. And because you're proposing about agriculture, I guess that's my concern, is that there are now people that are, or youth that are second and third generation away from the farm and have no idea where their food production comes from, except that it comes from a local grocery store. So I was wondering if the member could touch on that, how this experience will help build this young generation to get a better understanding of the agriculture and where their food comes from.
Member for Oshawa.
What an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. And again, when I was talking about my experience, you know, in my community, I was able to really relate to the people that were coming to see me as I was serving them as their chiropractor. And you are very correct. People seem to be disconnected, and this is an opportunity to connect. This is this is an opportunity to do something even bigger with this program. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we're not just giving a handout, we're giving people a hand up. We're actually able to let them have hands-on to see where their food is coming from each and every day, but also to understand the importance of Canadians who do that job every day in and every day out. We're talking about our farmers that are happy to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out, do their job, and supply Canadians with the solid food supply, one of the safest food supply chains in the entire world. And this, Mr. Speaker, what I'm talking about is allowing our young people to experience this in a way. We shouldn't just be looking at this pandemic as a negative. This can be an opportunity to bring us all closer together. And my colleague who asked that question, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, he gets it, and we hope that the rest of our colleagues around this wonderful chamber get it as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in keeping with my colleague who's sharing his time with me, before I came to this place, I was an auto mechanic. So cars, I guess, running in the vein today. My friends always said, Arnold, there isn't a wrench big enough to fix Ottawa, but I said, hey, we got to give it a try. Try anyway. So here I am. Mr. Speaker, this COVID has upended all of our lives. We've taken on the social distancing, and we've changed the way that we've lived our lives significantly. For me, probably the largest change is not gathering together on Sunday with my local church congregation. That has been probably the biggest challenge for me. And so, yeah, we've all changed our lives significantly due to the COVID. Many people have been coming to me and asking me when will we return to some semblance of normal? When will we know when we can gather together, particularly for church again? That's a big question that in my community comes to us. And there, I guess these are legitimate questions. I guess one of the major things that we have, there's just a lot of questions about how did we get here. We seem to have based our decision making on a number of models, but that's a fuzzy kind of science, Mr. Speaker. Models are only as good as the inputs that have been put into them. Who creates these models? Where do these models come from? What models are we using? These are valid questions, and people are asking me, and I don't have those answers. I don't know what those models are. I don't know who's the author of these models, and I don't know what the inputs are. And it also seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that over time we would be questioning, were the assumptions that we made at the beginning of all this, are they still holding? Are they still holding? And did we use the correct inputs? When we put the inputs into our models, did we use the correct inputs? Today here we're discussing a benefits program for students. That is for sure down the line, in my opinion. We should, each and every time we make another move in addressing the COVID crisis, we should always go back and see if the basic assumptions we made at the beginning of all this, are they holding? Were those assumptions over time, as we get to look back? They always say hindsight is 20/20, Mr. Speaker. And now we've got a little bit of hindsight. We can look back and to see the assumptions that we made in January, are they holding true? Are they holding fast? Is this disease as contagious as it was? Is it making the impacts? We're seeing deaths across the country. Are the things that we're doing to prevent it, is that working? How do we know that they're working? All of these kinds of things. And so those questions are getting asked of me. And I haven't seen necessarily those questions being answered effectively by the government. Every day the government comes out and makes an announcement on how they're dealing with the COVID, but we rarely go back and say, hey, this assumption, you know what, we made this assumption in January 3rd. You know what, we were right on that assumption, and we made this assumption on January 3rd, and you know what, we were wrong on that assumption. You know, like it's actually worse or it's actually better. And I don't see that a great deal. And I just thought, like right on the onset here, we should address that and come. I would like to know what the models are. Who's the author of these models? What are the assumptions of these models, so that the average Canadian, wherever they are in Canada, can say, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because we are asking Canadians from across the country to put their life on hold. Particularly, the restaurant owners in my area have been tied to 220. I would say they've been all reaching out to me saying, Arnold, when can we get open again? When can we get open again? We are going bankrupt as we speak. That said, we're looking at the other thing that they mentioned to me often, Arnold, is they said this seems to be moving goalposts. We heard a month ago, all we heard about was flattening the curve, and now today we're talking about stopping the spread, which are both valid things, but they seem to be different. And there was a subtle change in the language, and there never seems to be an explanation as to why we've changed from flattening the curve to stop the spread. I agree with both of those things, but there was no explanation as to why we did those things. And people are asking me, we seem to have flattened the curve, Arnold. When are we going to get to be open our restaurant again? When do we get to go back to work? That's very significant. Another major concern that people have is they're saying all of this government intervention, the $2,000 a month, the CERB, even the proposed benefit for students, all of that government intervention is going to change our economy. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. It's going to change our economy. And does the government have models that they can share with us as to what the expected change to the economy is going to be? We know that if we see from other places, when you increase the minimum wage, for example, you see rents go up fairly much in proportion. Do we know these kinds of things about what we're doing today? Giving out $2,000 a month. Where is that going to flow through? That money doesn't just stay in that particular person's bank account. They will spend it. They'll spend it on things like rent and food. What kind of impacts will that have on rent and food? All these kinds of things. Have we seen these models? So we're looking to the government to come out and explain to us some of the impacts of these benefits that are being brought forward. The members from the Bloc Québécois mentioned that we had mentioned that we are concerned that this system of payments to students may put in disincentives to work, and then the NDP came out and said that we were accusing people of being lazy. I would not suggest at all that anybody's suggesting anybody's being lazy. We're merely saying that people are people and they will do a cost-benefit analysis. So therefore, if you can go to work in a local factory and make $1,000 a month, or you can stay home and collect $1,200 a month from the government, you'll do the cost-benefit analysis. There's nothing lazy about that. There's just a cost-benefit analysis, and we don't want to put that incentive into our economy to say, stay home rather than. It was interesting as well that they seem to say that they seem to agree with us on that incentive part, and that you should be able to make money while also accruing the benefit for students. And so we as Conservatives are happy to support this. We see that there's many things that need to be improved upon, but we've seen the government listen, particularly on the first round with the 10% wage subsidy. We said, that's not going to work. they came back and said, okay, 75% wage subsidy, that should work well. It was also interesting from the leader of the NDP. He was questioning why these systems seem to be so tailored and not more broadly. Well, I think I have perhaps I could suggest an answer to that question. I remember in the 2015 election, I suppose I could forgive him for that because I don't think he was here in that 2015 election, but in the 2015 election, the Liberals ran around accusing us of giving checks to millionaires with our child tax benefit. And so the first thing that they did was when they got elected, they changed that program so that checks weren't going to millionaires. We had said, however, that if you make the benefit taxable, you'll collect it back in taxes when we give it to if we give it indiscriminately at the front end, we'll collect it back from wealthy people on the back end. And that had been our rationale in 2013, 2014 when we introduced that benefit. It seemed to be a logical rationale for me then, and I'm happy to see that the NDP is catching on to that rationale as well in their debate around the benefit for students. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that we will be supporting this bill, but we look forward to having some significant changes to ensure that the disincentives for work can be taken out of it. We'd like to see there to be a system of registration, so students are applying for this benefit, that they are registered as to their skill set, and hopefully we can match them with a job opening somewhere in the world, particularly in the agriculture sector where I come from right now, Mr. Speaker. Many of the farmers have their seeder out there, they're putting new shovels on it, and they're getting it ready to pull it through the ground to seed this year's crop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend for Peace River Westlock. I join him in saying how much we long to get back to worshiping together in our places of worship. My thought in his speech when he spoke of could the government point us to a model of what economic recovery could look like, I was reassured, and I must say I found it a fascinating review by the Parliamentary Budget Office on March 30th, recommended to members to have a look. There really aren't roadmaps or models to what we're going through with a pandemic where we voluntarily shut down our economies. It's quite different even from the 2008 financial crisis, wherein I note parenthetically that the Conservative Prime Minister of the day actually prorogued Parliament and shut its doors so we couldn't meet here to discuss anything. So we'll take it as absolutely genuine that the Conservative Party wants democracy with us meeting face-to-face now. That wasn't the case in 2008. Anyway, my point about the Parliamentary Budget Office report is that it points to World War II as probably our best sense of something like this. And what the Parliamentary Budget Office points out, and I'm just going to double-check it's not my notes, it's the report, that there were such deficits in the peak of the Second World War for Canada, massive deficits, averaging 21% of GDP year over year, 1942 to 1945. Yet because the spending and the deficits were temporary in nature, we had the largest surplus ever in the history of Canada following the war, a budgetary surplus in 1947 of 5% of GDP. So I'm just sharing that background from the Parliamentary Budget Office. Because this spending isn't permanent, because it's temporary in nature, and because we want to keep people and businesses afloat, the hope is that we have a roadmap here, but it's looking to history, not to the current.
We'll try to get a second question in this 5-minute slot as well. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, no doubt the Second World War gives us a good model for coming back out of this. My question's more about the models of the pandemic spread and what we could anticipate with that. That was all very murky, I thought, in January when we were making the decisions to shut down Parliament, when we were making decisions to shut down the Canadian economy. We were basically going on the recommendation of the government because I didn't get to see those modeling around the COVID virus in particular. And those are the questions that I'd like to have answered and some more clarity on. Are the assumptions we made about COVID and about the spread of this virus, are those holding true now? Thanks.
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my friend a question because I was listening to the leader or the parliamentary leader of the Green Party with bewilderment because I just followed the debate she was having with the NDP about making all of these benefits permanent. But now she's suggesting all these deficits are temporary and they're just going to go away when the economy recovers. It doesn't seem that they know that they've been pushing for turning all of these into permanent benefits, and that would at the same time that they're working against the resource industry, they're working against forestry, they're working against people having jobs, but they want to have an annual income with magic money that just descends from heaven. So what I'd like to ask my friend, Mr. Speaker, is in 2009, when Prime Minister Harper ran a budget deficit, there was a plan to get back to balance. Has that member heard one word from the Liberal government articulating a desire at any point in the future to get back to balance? Because we all know $200 billion deficits mean future tax increases.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the last time the Liberal government or the Liberal parties talked about balancing budgets is when they guaranteed Canadians that the budget would balance itself in 2019. Since then, we haven't heard hide nor hair of balanced budgets coming from that side of the House. So it is quite worrying. Like the member says, the magic money coming from heaven. I'm not sure. That would be a miracle, and I would take it. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Please, the débat. La députée.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member for La Prairie. To begin with, being here in person in the House, I would like once again to give a shout out to my constituents in Thérèse de Blainville. My colleagues talked earlier about all the resilience of their constituents, and that's true, but I'd like to add their courage and their sense of community and solidarity in these difficult times. It can be hard to get through this crisis without that sense of solidarity. We're here today to pass a motion and to pass a bill that provides for a Canadian Emergency Student Benefit, or CESB. The Bloc is, of course, in favor of providing assistance to students. This is something that was necessary and even essential. We had called for it because, make no mistake, students have also suffered the effects of this pandemic, and some significant effects at that. Colleagues have suggested that the problems are such that with what's being proposed here, students might be discouraged from looking for work if they realize that it's easier just to collect this benefit. We don't subscribe to that notion. The reason students need support is because they've been knocking at the doors of our riding offices, students who've completed their studies, and they've come to my office to say, I probably won't be able to find a job this summer, and I may have to wait. How long am I going to have to wait before I find a job? I'm going to need some help in the interval. So this is a historic crisis, and no one should be left to fend for themselves. And I would remind everyone that the motion calls for steps to be taken immediately for students. Well, that's obviously something that is necessary. When I say no one should be left out in the cold to fend for themselves, allow me to share some of my thoughts. Given this crisis, a response is, of course, needed, and at times it will be case by case. And as parliamentarians, we have to ask ourselves whether our social safety net, like EI, hasn't perhaps let us down in some ways. The EI system was something that was to be overhauled and reviewed in depth. And we know that there are over 1 million workers who've lost their job. Perhaps the eligibility criteria need to be looked at again, and perhaps a complete overhaul is called for. The purpose of this bill is a dual purpose for students. First of all, necessary financial support, and support that should provide an incentive to employment. And in that respect, we could say that there may be some obstacles in the path of students, and maybe this bill isn't quite perfect. The minister talked about a program that would create over 60,000 additional jobs. We don't know in what industry, what type of jobs, what the working conditions might be like. It might have been a good idea to better coordinate with what the provinces are doing. The second thing is, and this is important, things have changed. There was a crisis 6 weeks ago, but maybe it's starting to wind down now. Maybe there will be some jobs after all. And the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit, like the Canadian Urgency Response Benefit, it's all or nothing. If you earn $1,000 or less, you get that benefit of $1,250 gets cut. If you earn $1,001, that's what's causing, in the current context, an imbalance. That's the problem. And that's why it's important to support the motion that's before us, such that the CERB and the CESB actually achieve their goal, which is to support students and provide an incentive for employment. So there are things that have been suggested. We think we need to go ahead with this because no student wants to be idle. No student wants to do nothing over the summer. It's an opportunity for them to gain experience in the field they're interested in, or it's an opportunity to earn significant income that will finance their studies in the year to come. So I think we have to go ahead with this, but we mustn't lose sight of the fact that we need to work on steps that will serve as an incentive to jobs, incentive to high-quality employment, I should add, and while at the same time providing a basis for earning income. If I have a few minutes left, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to conclude. We're 48 hours away from May 1st, which is Labor Day. the international statutory holiday, or holiday rather, that we will all celebrate together. A lot of workers have served on the front lines in essential services, and we will celebrate them on May 1st. And whatever the industry, food, transportation, community services, you name it. It's like a coincidence that people are suddenly aware of the value of the work done by workers in so many of these industries. And they're often the most vulnerable, precarious jobs, lower pay. And so when we talk about incentives to employment, we need to remember that there are jobs to be filled, and they need to be as well paid for all those, like students, who might fill them. So we have a lot of work to do in that area too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks again. I really appreciated the excellent speech by my colleague opposite, and that once again illustrates the cooperation of everyone here in the House, how we can work together and improve measures that will help students. I'd like to hear my colleague on two things. One is the reason why we needed to look at the situation of students, especially when you look at Quebec students. When I'm thinking of high school graduates who are going to CEGEP, they probably didn't have an opportunity to earn $5,000 in the previous year in order to qualify for this CERB. I'd also like to hear my colleague on the fact that the federal government has helped the provinces to provide a raise to essential workers. We know how critical their work is, the work of frontline workers. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, thank you for the question. For students, post-secondary students, yes, they could get a job in Quebec, but I believe that job opportunities for young people are limited. A lot of young people work at day camps or summer camps. They may be leaders, counselors, or so on. So it's not clear that they will be able to get jobs. But yeah, there could be students who've earned $5,000. But many students are not qualifying for EI, and they won't qualify for the emergency benefit. It's only available to those who've earned $5,000 in the previous year. That's obviously not everyone. It depends on many things. So those many won't qualify, and that's why this measure is all the more important. But it shouldn't be a half measure. It should be a full benefit. The support should be provided, but we should also be providing job opportunities that will cause them not to lose the support that they're getting. That's what I was getting at. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Thérèse de Blainville. My question is about foreign students. Foreign students come to Canada to study, but they're citizens of other countries. According to the Bloc Québécois, it's important to support young people who aren't Canadian. Does the Bloc feel that it's important to support students who are neither citizens nor permanent residents of Canada? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I think the answer is obvious. Students, it's how you define the category. It's not whether or not these students are important or not. I think we should always consider foreign students to be important to us. They could eventually become immigrants. So I think we would agree with the motion and its criteria. We have time for one very short question, if there is one. Questions and comments? Okay, resuming debate. The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to this bill which would provide support to students in this pandemic. The Bloc has attempted to put forward a very constructive approach to this bill, and I think the other opposition parties have too. We want to improve this bill, so it's hardly surprising that there's unanimity around this bill. There's a lot of support for it, but there are some glitches in this bill. It's clear that there are some glitches, there are some problems with it, some defects. We would have liked to have more time to work on this if we had more time, but unfortunately we won't have that time. So we've pointed out the problems. For 2 or 3 days now, we've been pointing out the problems with this bill, and we were generous with our cooperation in an attempt to perfect this bill. Unfortunately, it's not perfect, but what do you want? That happens. So this bill would provide financial support for students. Yes, we're fully in support of the idea. Students do need to be supported. And why? Because with all the festivals that will be canceled and summer camps and so on, it will be hard for some students to find summer jobs. We all agree on that. So we have to provide those students some financial support so that they have some income to pay their bills and hopefully go to school in the fall and have enough set aside to continue their academic pursuits. But you have to remember that in this bill, there's room to provide incentives to young people too, incentives to find jobs. Am I suggesting that students are lazy? Not at all. But this bill needs to make it possible for young people to say to themselves, yeah, I want a job and I want to find one. And with this benefit, what I'm being told is here's some support, but try to find a job still because you'll be even better off if you do. Unfortunately, that's not what this bill does. It sets aside $12.50 a month. And as my colleague for Thérèse de Blainville so aptly pointed out, it's like you either get $12.50 a month or you do without it. So the problem is once you reach $1,000, you drop to zero. So if a student works about 18 hours a week at minimum wage, they earn about $1,000 a month, and then they get the $12.50 through the CESB. But if the boss says, are you willing to work an extra 10 hours this week? Well, the student's going to say, no, I can't earn more than $1,000. Otherwise, I'll lose $1,250. I'm not going to work 1 hour more to lose if it's only going to cause me to lose $12.50. Everyone understands that. So why is this being left like this? What's going to happen is students are going to run the danger of there's a risk that students will refuse extra work. Some might anyway, but there's no incentive to do it here. And I was a teacher. I taught economics for a couple of years. And when it comes to market economics, the more you work, the more you earn. That's the basic principle. That's the basic rule. The more you work, but then if it's the opposite, it's not logical. The more you work, the less you earn. So we, in the Bloc Québécois, we would like to see that basic principle apply. The more you work, the more you earn. But unfortunately, I'm being told, no, we can't do that. It's too complicated. We have to go on a case-by-case basis. For example, so-and-so has a summer job. Mr. Speaker has a summer job. I'll give you a summer job. And I'll tell you that once you do an extra hour, we're going to say you're not going to lose the whole $12.50. You're going to lose a little teeny-weeny bit of that. So you gradually claw back the $1,250 CESB benefit. So that's what we asked. Could we do that? Could we have a gradual clawback? The answer was no. The public service can't do that. It's too complicated. We don't have enough time to do that. So we were at an impasse. And what we finally got was a commitment from the Deputy Prime Minister earlier. She said, well, even if we can't do it officially in a standardized fashion, because the machine, the apparatus of the public service will not allow for it, we will commit because it is a good idea. Well, we knew it was a good idea. We've got lots of them. But the Deputy Prime Minister said, yeah, it's a good idea. So we will try to deal with it downstream. So we're making an official commitment to try to apply that logic eventually down the road. So we salute that commitment from the Deputy Prime Minister because we see in that some cause for hope. That gives us some hope. In the Bloc, we thought it was important to have the Agriculture Committee included in the motion, so that was included. So we managed to get, and I'll admit it wasn't very hard to convince them. They quickly agreed that it would be a good idea to have the Agriculture Committee sit. There are things going on in agriculture. We need some answers to our questions, and this is a good way of doing that. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, was in the motion, it's suggested that the government could provide extra subsidies to employers who hire students. But in the motion, it specified that it had to be in agriculture or agri-food. We in the Bloc said, why not open that up? Why not make that a little more general? For example, it could be municipal jobs. If there were people willing to hire students for municipal work. And I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat, Mr. Speaker, to know how the government responded to our suggestion. They said, yes, good idea. So the Bloc managed to improve the motion in that way also. And finally, when it comes to seniors, everybody's been talking about seniors for over a month. We've been calling on the government. We've been saying, you're forgetting seniors. Something has to be done for seniors. We have proposals that would cost $1 billion. That's not that much compared to the $73 billion that's going just to the wage subsidy. It's very affordable, and these are the people who are the most vulnerable. They're the people that are being hardest hit by COVID-19. They're the oldest people in society. We need to show them some respect. We need to have a compelling response to their needs. And in this motion, finally, the light switch turned on, and there's something in this motion for seniors. At the end of the motion, they say seniors need to be helped out, those who are having the hardest time making ends meet. So we ask the government to include in this motion that you will seriously consider creating old age security mechanisms and guaranteed income supplement mechanisms, that those would be integrated into the motion. So that was another suggestion from the Bloc that was listened to by the government, Mr. Speaker. We're not 100% satisfied. And you could say that perfection is not of this world, but we can say that the government was listening and they agreed to many of our suggestions. There's one more, which is very important, and that was that students should be given an incentive to work. They should be encouraged to find jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Très clair.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity, because I've had some great discussions with my colleague in another life. I think he was already a CJAP, he was formerly a CJAP teacher, so I'd like to hear what he has to say. I imagine he's still in contact with the CJAP world, with student circles. How did students react to the measures that we're discussing today? Are these measures going to be welcomed by students in Quebec? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We know each other well. We even taught some of the same students over the years. So yes, I was a CJEP and a university professor, and students are pleased that something is being done for them. They are satisfied. This suits them. But as long as we're at it, why don't we try to improve the incentive to give students who are interested in working more than 18 hours a week, why don't we give them a nudge, give them an encouragement or an incentive to take on extra hours? Now, I did hear from a university professor, an economics professor, who wrote to me to say that we need to sound the alarm that there are problems in terms of incentives in this bill. So we had a lengthy discussion about the whole idea of incentives and marrying these two objectives clearly in this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments. Alors nous allons continuer.
Okay, we'll continue.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak today on Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits. And I'm also pleased to be able to split my time with my honourable colleague, the MP for Timmins James Bay. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the National Day of Mourning. This is not only a day to remember and honour those lives lost or injured due to a workplace tragedy, but also a day to collectively renew our commitment to improve health and safety in the workplace and prevent further injuries, illnesses, and deaths. With the COVID-19 crisis, this is a unique time for many workers in Canada, including frontline workers, who are often women, the marginalized, and young workers. The most recent statistics from the Association of Workers' Compensation Boards of Canada tell us that in 2018, 1,027 workplace fatalities were recorded in Canada. Among these deaths were 27 young workers between the ages of 15 and 24. On top of these fatalities, there were over 264,000 accepted claims for lost time due to a work-related injury or disease. This figure includes 33,000 claims from young workers aged 15 to 24. The sad reality is that these statistics only include what is reported and accepted by compensation boards. There's no doubt that the total number of workers impacted is even greater, and of course in this new COVID reality, these numbers will skyrocket. The government has a responsibility to protect frontline workers and essential workers to make sure safeguards and legislations are in place so every worker is safe and can return home every day uninjured. This is even more so the case for young workers, who often have less experience and are less able to defend themselves against their employer. They need strong legislation to back them up. Many young people at this time are unable to enter the workforce or have been laid off because of the coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are glad the government is finally turning its focus to help these young workers and students. But another complicated system is not what students asked for, and it comes weeks too late. Since the Liberals' rollout of the Canadian Emergency Benefit Program, New Democrats have called on them to lift the restrictions to put in place and make this plan universal. Again, we are asking that they extend these benefits to students as the Canada Emergency Student Benefit Program that we are debating today will still leave many students behind, including international students. Week after week, New Democrats return to Parliament to highlight people being left out of the government's response to COVID-19. Because of our advocacy, we have returned once again to fix the holes that this government has created. New Democrats fought for and won increases in the emergency benefits. They won an increase in the wage subsidy from 10% to 75%. We won help for small businesses with rent, and now we are debating legislation to help students. In today's unanimous consent motion, the government admits that additional help is needed for students with dependents, seniors, and people with disabilities. I have to think that there must be members in the government caucus who are quietly thinking, wouldn't it just be easier and fair to make the program universal rather than to create these patchwork programs? I certainly know that many of my constituents are confused by the daily changes to programs and simply need to know that their government supports them. With the creation of a new and separate program to the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit shortchanges students. I find it difficult to understand why the government has decided that someone who earned more money before COVID-19 can apply for the CERB and get $2,000, but a student who earned less and is ineligible for CERB will only get 40% less support. Whether you are or not enrolled in a post-secondary institution, the cost to pay your rent or cover your bills and services are the same. The government has said that students will receive less through the student benefit than CERB because there will be other supports through service grant systems that will not address their needs now, but at the end of the summer. In the meantime, government has expanded loan programs so that students can be in debt with them instead of banks and credit card companies. Call me crazy, Mr. Speaker, but wouldn't it actually be more helpful for students to not have to go into debt in the first place? Today, the average student with debt owes $27,000 at the end of an undergraduate degree, and a student who has to borrow to pay for their education will end up paying over $10,000 more than a student who is lucky enough to be able to graduate without taking on debt because of interest fees. That's not fair, and it's an inequality that sets young people up to fail. Mr. Speaker, I do recognize the government from the onset has offered to waive interest rates on student loans for 6 months. My concern is for students taking on additional debt loads with the government. With lack of full support, what will students' finances look like when coming out of this pandemic? The government was set to make $1 billion on student loan interest this year before the COVID pandemic. And we now need to ask the question, how much will the government make now with more students taking on larger debt loads? And is that the kind of business that government wants to profit off of? The future of students? The government should cancel all interest on student loans, as they should never make money off the backs of students. Consistently, people have reached out to my office telling me how they are worried that they don't qualify for any of the emergency benefits and are in desperate need. Many women fall short of the $5,000 minimum for CERB, and the government doesn't recognize the unpaid work that many take on. Women are now, more than ever, having to find ways to juggle work and care for their family as the home has become the workplace, as schools, childcare, and daycare centers close, and healthcare services become even more stretched. The government's initial response to a mother who was receiving help from the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, that she just had to justify her family obligations and that she just needed to jump through more hoops to be worthy of less supports than those from the CERB. That's why we pushed to close the gap of $250. More money going into the pockets of some of the most vulnerable students over the course of this summer represents a significant victory. We are also proud to push the government to commit to implementing measures without delay to improve supports for seniors and persons with disabilities dealing with extraordinary expenses incurred as a result of COVID-19. Even with this victory, there are still holes in the system. For example, women whose child support dried up because her ex-spouse lost their income due to pandemic doesn't qualify for CERB. They lost their main source of income, and the government's refusing to support them. It's not fair. This is on top of the countless women who are being denied the emergency benefits because they are pregnant, and they are being forced to apply for maternity leave early, another issue that could have been avoided if the government made their emergency benefit universal. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some good announcements in this package that the Liberals have put forward. New Democrats welcome the government's announcement to temporarily double student grants. This has been a position New Democrats have been pushing for over a decade. We would like to see this increase in grants be made permanent. The government needs to move away from loans and offer more grants. Accessing financial support for your post-secondary education should not be a death sentence. Accessible and publicly funded education is a great opportunity for everyone in our society. It can transform lives, open new horizons for people from every background. That makes education an amazing gift that we can give to each other, to our children, and to the next generation. However, students have seen tuition increases across Canada on average, and they are paying 4% more in just this year. We believe that access to education should never depend on how much money your parents make or how much debt you can carry. If you have the grades and the drive to study hard, you should be able to get the education you want, at any age and in every community. The government needs to work with provinces to address the rise in tuition. We're also echoing the call on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Students and CUPE that the government needs to put forward a Post-Secondary Education Act. The government needs to establish criteria and conditions in respect of funding for post-secondary education programs in order to ensure the quality, accessibility, public administration, and accountability of those programs. When thinking about the rising costs students are facing, I must bring up how disappointing it is to see the government completely abandon international students. The government is leaving them with no supports. International students contributed $21.6 billion to Canada's GDP last year. They become important members of our communities and contribute to Canada's innovation and research. The government can't and shouldn't leave international students behind. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, even before COVID-19, for too many people, post-secondary education was out of reach. People are being forced to give up on their dreams because they can't pay skyrocketing tuition prices, they can't find work, and the supports the government has finally announced, they can't find work and the government's supports are coming up short. New Democrats are committed to addressing these inequalities. We will continue to push to make the Canadian Emergency Benefit universal so that seniors, people with disabilities, mothers, students, workers, and everyone who continue to fall between the cracks get the support that they need. New Democrats will continue to push to work towards the elimination of tuition fees and establish a national post-secondary act. We will continue to push to make the doubling of student grants permanent. We will continue to address and tear down the barriers too many Canadians face before COVID-19 and after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague from London Fanshawe for her speech. One of the things that was announced, but for which I'm still searching for details, and perhaps the honourable member has seen more of it, was the benefit that could be given to young people for volunteer work. This seemed like an excellent idea, and what I understood from the initial announcement from the Prime Minister is that it would be cumulative, that you could keep your emergency student benefit that we're voting on today in C-15, and also get between $1,000 and $5,000 for work that you did as a volunteer. And I'm wondering if the honourable member has heard any details of that one.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. I did hear that same announcement. I don't have much more detail. The government hasn't rolled out as many details as we always would like. But one of the issues that I had with that, while it could be a great initiative, we're talking about students having to pay those bills, those grocery bills, those rent bills, and they're doing it on 40% less than what other people are receiving in an emergency benefit. So while they're doing all this work, they actually won't be paid until the end of the summer. So if they're struggling month by month to pay those bills, I don't understand why having to additionally wait until the end of those summer months to get another payment would be particularly helpful for those who are struggling now in real time to pay those bills.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that, to continue this dialogue with the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, it seems that as the Greens and the New Democrats in this place continually hammer home the need for a universal income, what we call guaranteed livable income, the response from some others is that, well, we won't be able to afford it. When the pandemic is over, these emergency measures should be withdrawn. And while much of what's being announced now, particularly for the corporate sector, can be withdrawn, the support for individual Canadians should stay in place. And I just wanted to ask my honourable colleague if she would agree with me that there are a lot of programs that we could stop paying for and also have huge savings in other aspects such as health care or correctional services with a guaranteed livable income.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, she said it pretty well. So I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. And it's interesting how short-sighted that argument can be in terms of that we can't afford it, when they'll bend over backwards to put forward millions and millions of dollars or billions in tax loopholes or in corporate tax cuts, and those seem perfectly legitimate. When often my honourable colleague, the leader of our party, he talked too about having no strings attached to these huge corporate giveaways. And so we know, this study after study after study on universal basic income, or guaranteed income, as I know you like to call it, is actually cost savings. They've even in Canada, but certainly across the world, they have done those studies. They know that if you eliminate the majority of those other smaller programs and you pull it under one so that people have that guaranteed income, that it actually costs less, that it stimulates the economy better, and it's better for all. Certainly New Democrats believe that being proactive in that way, providing those social programs in that way, whether it's healthcare or pharmacare or dental care or child care or any of those types of systems, is proactive, and it's the way that you save money and the way that you do the most good.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham. We have time for about a 45-second question and hopefully a 45-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time interacting with the member from London Fanshawe. Congratulations on your victory in the last election. I'd like to ask her about the good news about the certainty for the 2,000 families employed by General Dynamics Land Systems in London. The fact that export permits were provided for the labs. That company has also provided ventilators and PPE for the London area hospitals. I'd like to get the member's perspective if she's glad that these jobs have now been secured in London.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and I appreciate his congratulations. I certainly, in these days, I think it's interesting. We've kind of forgotten how not long ago that election was. I am very, very proud of the people at General Dynamics. They do amazing work. And while I don't believe that the government's, this current government and the past government did them any favors by putting them in the predicament of ensuring that they were providing such a contract to a government that clearly ignores human rights in all forms. They do amazing work, and they have an incredible contract coming up with the Canadian government. They could go forward in peacekeeping measures, but this is also a company that is now making protective gear in our community. They've donated quite a lot, and so I recognize that the workers there, the workers of Unifor, are doing incredible work, and they should never be penalized for poor choices by governments in the past.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to be here today and to think of how much the world has changed since the last time I was in this House. I have just spent a little more than 40 days, basically, in isolation, and I started to think about that term. Quarantine means 40 days. It's a biblical image. You know, it was the 40 days that Jesus was wrestling in the desert. It was 40 days and 40 nights of the flood. The Israelites were 40 years in the desert. But what's really profound about it, Mr. Speaker, is the quarantine comes from the age of the Black Plague, because it was one of the only tools they had to fight the pandemic. And it is sobering to realize in the 21st century that we're having to return to the tools that were used in the dark ages to fight a pandemic we fully don't understand. And to realize, Mr. Speaker, how quickly that virus upended everything that our world has talked about and taken as just absolute basic truths that couldn't even be argued. 40 years of economic and social policy overturned as quickly as the Soviet wall in Berlin fell over. So what fell over within the first week of COVID? Well, the belief in the natural superiority of globalization, this belief that we don't even need to have industry in Canada to look after ourselves because we can trust our allies. And we saw when Donald Trump seized medical equipment that was bound for Canada, that globalization agenda failed. When we were getting substandard health products from China, that globalization issue failed, and to see people across the political spectrum talking about the need for an industrial policy, that never again will Canada be left in a lurch like that. We learned about the whole privatization agenda, the get government out of your way view, that the for-profit is so much naturally superior. And we saw the horrific death levels in the for-profit seniors' homes that we're now having to send the army in to try and keep old people alive. We can never again be in that situation. Never again be in a situation where we have crowdsourcing on Facebook for our frontline medical workers to have medical gear to protect them in a pandemic. But there are other things we learned as well, Mr. Speaker. We learned the incredible social solidarity of Canadians. The Canadians look out for each other. The Canadians do not believe in the race to the bottom. The Canadians don't throw each other out of the lifeboat. You know, I arrived in Ottawa last night and my daughter told me that neighbors came up and put a sign on her door saying, "We know there's students here. If you need any help, call us, because you may not have family here." That is who we are as Canadians. And what we also learned, Mr. Speaker, was the incredible economic power the government has. After all the degrading of federal spending and government money, you know, the Conservatives always telling us that it's going to be corporations and the private sector and the entrepreneurs. Within a week of COVID, everybody was looking for a backstop to stop the worst economic catastrophe in memory. And the steps that we've been debating here have been about the power of social spending to keep our cities livable and our families afloat. And I would put to you, Mr. Speaker, that there is no going back to normal, that the world that was here at the beginning of March that we were debating is gone. And the choice that we need to make is about where we are going to go as a nation. The idea that the market is going to miraculously come back is obviously a myth. What's going to get us out of COVID is going to require intense public investments over the next few years. And if we're going to be spending those public investments to get our economy back up, then the fundamental question we have to be asking ourselves is, what kind of investments should we be making? Because it is public money and it is about the public good. And the steps that we take every step of this way, whether it's supporting university students or supporting people with the $2,000 a month basic income that we've supported, has to be the new floor to ensure that we are never again left in a situation as precarious as we were, that our healthcare system is never again left in that situation. You know, I think of in Ontario, and I congratulate Premier Doug Ford. He's certainly shown some passion on this issue. But just before the pandemic, they were shutting down all the public health units because they didn't think we needed them. And they have been the front lines of defending us and saving us right now. So no, we're not going to go back to nickel and diming healthcare into the ground. That's not going to happen on our watch. And Mr. Speaker, the idea of the $2,000 minimum, I mean, you can hear it from the Conservatives and the right-wing think tanks and their National Post people saying, oh, you know, they're going to sit on their duffs, they're going to hang out in their hammocks, you know, like they just can't wait for the moment the Conservatives get to decide who gets thrown out of the lifeboat. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that we have seen the fact that millions of Canadians within 1 week of COVID did not have enough savings to pay their rent is a staggering indictment of an economic system that has not made sure that we live to the standard that we should be able to live to. And that $2,000 a month, that certainly didn't come from the Conservatives. They were too busy making a tax on people of Asian origin. The $2,000 a month minimum wage idea came from the New Democrats, who said, this is the new base, and we've got the support of the government because they recognized it. So how do we go back then and say, well, now you're going to go back to lousy jobs, lousy contracts in an economy that is not going to have a lot of those jobs for a long time? So the new normal, Mr. Speaker, is about ensuring that the investments that we make from here on in, build a better society. And it gives us an incredible opportunity, because what are we going to do in terms of the billions of dollars that we'll need in infrastructure to make cities more livable, to make them more sustainable, to make our society more inclusive and fair? That is our opportunity. Or we could just give it away to the corporate sector, give it away as we've done year in, year out. But I think that that would be a terrible failure, given the fact that what we have left Canadians in such a situation as they have been left in. So, Mr. Speaker, the issues of what we brought forward as New Democrats compared to the Conservatives on this issue, we said $2,000 a month was the minimum. And then we realized that the government was still not working with us on the universal. They wanted to have limits on it. And it's like, well, what about someone who's earning some money? Are they going to be kicked off? No. What about people in the gig economy who have a bit of money coming in, a bit not? To have the $2,000 plus the $1,000, that's been a fair move, and the government's recognized it. It was the New Democrats who said that the wage subsidy at 10% wasn't enough, that it had to be 75%, while the Conservatives were all demanding that we start this new Cold War with China, and they were all waving their flags and pumping their fists. We were speaking about small business and saying we need to make this fair to them. And we got those changes.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands has a point of order.
We're not in question period, so a point of order is allowed. The honourable members who are heckling the member for Timmins James Bay make it more difficult for me to appreciate the brilliance of his remarks. But beyond that, the honourable members who are heckling right now are making the case that Parliament on Zoom is more courteous than Parliament in real life.
Point of order is well taken. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. I'll let him continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. I certainly know for the colleagues on the other side, the truth hurts. And it hurts a lot. And it should hurt, because of the disinterest that they've shown for people facing the worst economic crisis in memory. The fact that as a nation we need to work together to make sure that we maintain the social solidarity that Canadians are showing. So when we come to Parliament to push the government on the university support for post-secondary, it's not about suggesting, as the Conservatives do, that, you know, it's going to be a cost-benefit analysis where they sleep in all day or where they try and find a job. That's how they see university students. What we see with university students are people burdened down with debt, trying to make a better life for themselves. And when we push government for change, it's because it is doable. We can do this at this time with the kind of federal investments that will be required in the coming years to build a better, a fairer Canada, a Canada that is more sustainable, and a Canada that will never, ever, ever again leave ourselves so precarious as we were with the work, with our savings, with our healthcare system. This is an opportunity for this Parliament to work together to make that happen, to make that new normal the better Canada, because there is no going back to the old normal.
Amen. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do enjoy hearing my colleague from time to time. Particularly, I appreciated his praise of the response by Premier Ford. You know, I haven't been in the House in a little while, so I don't know if he's been praising Premier Ford consistently over the last number of months or whether that's just been recent, but I am glad to see that all-party approach. My question for him is less about this competition between the Greens and the NDP on having a universal basic income. My question to him is, he's in a party that has been consistently against oil and resource development, consistently against most jobs in the corporate sector. We hear that frequently from them. My question is sincere. If we have no private sector in Canada, where do we pay for all these programs that they like to list in this House, Mr. Speaker? Not everyone can work for a level of government, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone can work for a nonprofit or a charity, Mr. Speaker. How will we pay for our universities, our health care, the $200 billion deficit we will see as a result of this crisis? How are we going to have a V or a U-shaped recovery? Or does he not want a recovery? Does he want that L that just drops and we're going to be permanently impoverished? Or is he willing to turn the NDP position around and start supporting resource workers, start supporting companies like GDLS that build things in this country? Will he change their fundamental aversion to the resource economy?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh my God, the man who would be king. So this is the state of the Conservative vision for the country. We have the one Conservative leadership candidate who's been promoting fake medicines based on Dr. Trump. Okay, that was one. We have Peter MacKay, who is so enraged that COVID interrupted his leadership race that the Conservative Party had to stop the leadership race to keep Peter MacKay from self-destructing. We have the despicable character who is still in the Conservative caucus, who made racist attacks against Canada's chief medical officer, and we have not heard that man be kicked out. He's still a leadership candidate, which leads me to my colleague, who I actually really like. I think he's putting on this sort of angry grr guy to get the Conservative base. But the idea that he believes that one has to agree with shipping arms to the Saudis or you're against private industry, that is not a man ready for prime time, Mr. Speaker. I'm urging him to understand that to get our economy back up, it's going to require public investment. He should be working with us. Public investment is going to be required because we hear them whining they want a lot more money for the oil sector after we spend billions. They're not looking at private money, they're looking at public money, and when it's public money, the public has a say. So I urge my colleague, drop that grimace, show some compassion, show you care. This man could do it, but he's got to get a smile. Just put a smile on, say, you know, Canadians are hard work and we're in this together, and stay away from those other loonies in the leadership race, and he'll do well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South, about a 45-second question.
Sure,
and hopefully
absolutely.
we'll have a 45-second answer.
Well, the member for Timmins, James Bay, is on fire today, so I thought I'd just add a little bit to that fire. He's talked about not going back to the old normal. Let's not go back to normal. We need to go forward to build a better Canada. Maybe the member can talk a little bit about what that better Canada would look like.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, in 1 minute or less, please.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleagues. So let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about building a better Canada. We have enormous capacity here, but we've given it away year in, year out in trade agreements. Our IT sector, of having an IT investment to make sure, through the federal government investments, because that's where it's going to come, that when we're starting to talk about the job recoveries, it's going to require social investment. Nobody figures we're going to get out of this by just turning the switch in the private economy coming back on. Public investment. And when we make public investment, it'll be like after the Second World War, to make sure that we have a proper pension plan, proper health care, proper infrastructure, sustainable cities. Let's do better than we did in 2008, where they ran around with a bunch of paper checks and white hard hats and cut ribbons all over the country, and we didn't even get high-speed rail. Let's do it right this time.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today.
I am pleased to be able to rise and speak to the subject of the Bill C-15 regarding the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. This is another bill that is part of the framework of legislation to try to deal with the pandemic caused by COVID-19, a situation we've never seen before.
And we're seeing level after level of and aspect after aspect of debate taking place in this place for different pieces of legislation to rush to fill the gaps. There are a few things to say about this, but before I do, I want to acknowledge that I'm honored to speak today on the territory unceded of the Algonquin Nation and express to them our enormous thanks for patience and generosity, Miigwech. We're in the midst of something that we can say is unknown to us. I was very taken with the analysis by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and I want to speak to that for just a moment, because I think for a lot of Canadians, I know I'm hearing from some constituents who are saying, well, yes, we need all the help we can get right now in this pandemic, But who's going to pay the bills for all this? What are we going to do when the bills fall due? I think it's important to just take a moment. I've been privileged to also be able to participate on the Finance Committee meetings, to be able to ask questions of the Bank of Canada Governor, Steve Polos. He and his team have done an amazing job. And to have an insight into what governments all around the world are doing, and to let Canadians know we're certainly not alone in this. I think it's obvious that we're not alone in fighting the public health crisis that is COVID-19. But we're also not alone in deciding that there's certain prescriptions for an economy that will help us all. I don't think Canadians have noticed the absence of certain things, but let me just say that there's an absence of things that we wouldn't want to see, like runs on the bank. We're not seeing people lining up saying, I better get my money out right now, I don't trust the system. We're not seeing people saying, I can't make my credit card bills because of usury levels of interest rates that have been hiked up. We've seen rates that are supposed to be going down, but a lot of these things that we're seeing are the results of very specific prescriptions that are being followed not just by the Bank of Canada, but by central banks around the world. To colleagues and friends here, I recommend the International Monetary Fund review of what's going on. The trillions of dollars that are being spent by governments around the world are in a sense backstopped by monetary policy that says we can get through this. We have to do a couple of things. We're going to ramp down interest rates to as close to zero as possible so the cost of borrowing goes down. We're going to introduce more liquidity into the system with a number of measures, including for the Bank of Canada, buying federal bonds, buying provincial bonds in the billions and billions of dollars. Buying bonds by our central bank doesn't add to debt or deficit. It increases liquidity and keeps cash in the system so that we don't have a credit crunch. It's important to know that we've been through situations where things were much worse for our financial picture than now. Even when we get through this, after all the money that's planned to be spent, our debt to GDP ratio will be nowhere near as bad as it was in the early 90s. So again, the International Monetary Fund report, the Parliamentary Budget Office reports, no one's sanguine about this, but both if you read the International Monetary Fund reports and you read the Parliamentary Budget Office report, as a Canadian, you're left knowing this. We're not in this alone. The measures taken by central bank, by the finance minister, by the government so far are not putting us in financial peril. And one of the things we don't mention enough is that we're in a very privileged position. This was an analogy used by Steve Polos when he was speaking to the Finance Committee, that just as COVID-19 will be much harder for people who have underlying health conditions, who don't go into this situation healthy, so too are nation states more at risk when they don't go in healthy. We're in a privileged position. Our debt to GDP ratio was the lowest in the G7 when this hit. We had historic levels of employment. We were certainly my living memory, the closest thing to full employment I've ever seen in Canada. This is what the governor of the Bank of Canada meant when he talked about fiscal firepower. The finance ministers used the same term, fiscal firepower. It's not to say that this isn't a deep economic crisis which has befallen us, along with a deep public health care crisis which has befallen us, but just to say that it's not piling on debt, it's a deficit for sure, but just as the PBO suggested, when spending is temporary, such as it is now, we would most likely expect to bounce back, as we did at the end of the Second World War with a large surplus in 1947, but only if certain conditions are upheld. One is, we need to hold the country together. I'm so grateful to every province. When I hear the Deputy Prime Minister saying how there are weekly calls with every Premier of every province and territory with the Prime Minister, this is a very healthy thing. I think it's very important that no matter how much sparring is going on today when we're meeting in person, behind the scenes, I know there's tremendous collaboration. And no one party can claim credit for things. I think that, yes, the Greens advocated that 10% wasn't enough. We had to have 75% in the wage subsidy. And that was done. I think that's a credit to all of us in this place, those who came to it more slowly and those who advocated first. We have to work together or we won't get through this. So back to where we are in terms of our financial position, I'm hoping we don't bounce back in the sense that we go to an economy such as we had before, which had glaring inequities. I hope we bounce forward and that when the pandemic is over, we look at an economic prescription for the country that's consistent with the urgency of the climate crisis, that's consistent with getting people back to work, but doing things like retrofitting our buildings to make sure that we maximize energy efficiency, even that every building could produce more energy than it uses. That's doable. That we have an electricity grid that works as a national energy corridor, east to west, north to south, and is 100% renewable energy. There's things that we can do that we can come out of this crisis with, again, closer to full employment and with less social inequity, with clear action to ensure our seniors are well housed and well cared for, with clear action to make sure that we don't have a social safety net full of holes, but that it's repaired and that we move towards guaranteed livable income. I just made a note of the most recent book title that came to my attention, and I commend it to my friends in the Conservative Party because it was written by a Conservative. Senator Hugh Siegel's new book is out, and it's called Bootstraps Need Boots: One Tory's Lonely Fight to End Poverty in Canada. I would love to see that fight be less lonely. And I thank our former parliamentary colleague, former Senator Hugh Siegel, for bringing forward a book at a time when the topic of guaranteed livable income, or also called universal basic income, has never been as hot a topic. I'll pause parenthetically because my recent exchange with the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, the fact that I say guaranteed livable income and others say universal basic income, we've adopted as Greens the term guaranteed livable income because we want to make sure that the amount that every Canadian receives actually creates a situation in which they find their situation livable and not beyond some level of poverty from which they are moderately better off than they were before. So that's a debate for another day. We're today here to look at Bill C-15. It's coming again, as we have seen, in waves, a response to the pandemic, and we can look at it and say, right, first the government looked at people who didn't qualify for EI. What do we do when the Canada Emergency Benefit, the CERB, came in first, and then we had to make sure that that amount of money was improved, looking at things like reducing student loans. Bill C-13 in this place had 19 different parts and was dealing with what were the impacts on individual Canadians. There was not enough there for small business. We've been pushing harder on that. Bill C-14 gave us more, looking at programs to help small business with access to loans, to cover their rent. New announcements are made almost daily, and we still have people falling between the cracks. We still have small business falling between the cracks. But some of the people falling between the cracks who are helped today are our students. And it's terribly important to recognize that for many students, they didn't earn $5,000 last year, so they don't qualify for the CERB. They have some other reasons that they certainly can't expect to find jobs this summer in their chosen field. And the Canada Summer Jobs Program can't absorb the number of people who need the income supports right now and who need enough money to live on. Many students are, as we've heard today, people living as a married couple with children or a single mom with children also going to school. Currently, the benefit provided in this piece of legislation isn't adequate to help all of those people with their bills, because the amount of money in the initial offering is $1,250. But I do note that under this legislation, the minister may make changes by regulation to improve that. That, of course, is the Minister of Employment and Social Development. This piece of legislation requires that for changes to the amount received or changes for the number of weeks it's available, that minister must receive approval from the Minister of Finance. Personally, I would have gone in the other direction with this legislation. The Conservatives have made it more restrictive. I would have made sure the Minister for Employment and Social Development could make those changes without permission from the Minister of Finance because they make so much sense. I do want to pause because I note that the Minister for Employment and Social Development is here with us today all day. And I want to thank her for her hard work. I know she's been, as many ministers have, been working round the clock. I know she's a mom with kids at home, and like all of my friends with kids still at home, keeping the kids occupied while also being on a computer day and night and on phone to make some of the most massive changes in that portfolio in certainly living memory is daunting, and I want to thank her for her diligence. The piece that's missing in this that I'm still concerns Greens greatly is what are we doing for international students? So this piece of legislation applies to a person who is a Canadian citizen. It certainly applies to Indigenous Canadians. It applies to a permanent resident, as found under the definitions in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or protected person within the meaning of that act as well. So what do we do about our international students? Now, we have something in the order of 500,000 potentially in this country now, international students. The International Students Program contributes over $20 billion to our economy and leads to the employment of 170,000 Canadians. As we all know, international students pay far higher fees. They come into Canada, they have to, of course, to contribute to our economy by paying their rent and buying their groceries. I don't know how many of you saw, it was on CBC a few nights back, a young woman being interviewed about her experience as a foreign student in Canada, and that her landlady was telling her, don't worry, you can't pay the rent, I won't charge you the rent, and her landlady was giving her groceries. That's really a wonderful Canadian moment. It brought tears to my eyes to see this young student saying if it wasn't for her landlady, she wouldn't have a roof over her head and she wouldn't have food. But what about the international students who don't have a landlady like that? So far, here are their options. If they made $5,000 last year, they can qualify for the CERB. But if they didn't, they can't. If they are an international student and also a permanent resident, they qualify under today's bill for the emergency benefit for students. But if they're not a permanent resident, if they only have their student visa to be in Canada, they don't. So we still have a problem. It's been identified by the Canadian Federation of Students asking for an improvement to this. They have two asks. One is that it's $2,000 a month, which is something the minister can do by regulation after this. But we'd have to come back here and re-legislate this to change the definition of student in order to allow it to apply to an international student, unless we tinker with one of the other programs, such as the Canada Summer Jobs Program. So there's still a deep concern for people who are falling between the cracks. The simplest way to avoid falling between the cracks, I go back to my earlier reference to guaranteed livable income. That would be one way of making sure there was no one in the situation in Canada right now who was so economically insecure that they were pushed out of the place where they're living or couldn't afford to buy food, can't find a job, and don't fit in any one of the existing programs. Now, I have to say in gratitude to the effort of everybody in Cabinet who's been working so hard, and all the civil servants who clearly have been working, because we're on the phone with them as members of Parliament on Saturdays and Sundays. If Canadians don't know, everybody that I can find within any government department is working 7 days a week, really long days. I've worked with them on rescuing Canadians stranded in other countries. It's extraordinary. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Global Affairs Canada and the whole team at Global Affairs Canada seem to have converted themselves into what I've been doing at home myself, a part-time travel agent. But to rescue over 20,000 Canadians from over 144 countries is a monumental feat. But I see the same level of hard work happening when we have Sunday phone calls and my questions are being answered by officials in the Department of Finance or Correctional Services or Indigenous Services. It's not to say that by thanking everyone involved, I'm saying everything's perfect. But for Canadians watching or listening to this now, you need to know that thousands of people are working in ways that I've never seen a government work ever in my life. And it's important to say to them, as we say to our frontline healthcare workers, to the people in our neighborhoods who are still stocking the grocery store shelves, who are driving the trucks, who are planting their fields now so we will have food in this country, to everybody who's doing the work while most of us are locked up at home, we're deeply grateful. And to all those civil servants who've been, and I know, knocking yourself out at Had a story from a friend. They had a family Zoom call, and the husband of one of the people on the family Zoom call mentioned that his wife was working in the federal civil service, and he started to say, "my wife," and he just broke down and started crying. There's a level of strain on families working in the federal civil service, and I just want to pause to say thank you to everyone who's working so hard. So when I mention the gaps, it's not to say this isn't good enough and I'm angry with you. It's to say we've got to keep working. And maybe in hindsight we can agree it would have been better to bring in one measure as we've been advocating. But I'm not angry you failed to do that so far in the Government of Canada. What we need to do is help each other as much as possible, and I think that means being kind. Being kind towards those we see are falling short of what needs to be done, recognizing that nobody's ever worked this hard ever, and that if we hold together as a country and keep our partisanship to a bare minimum, well, actually I'd like to see it erased into a nothingness that says we're all in this together. There's plenty of time when it's over to try to get a gotcha point in there, to try to score something for television. But right now what we need to do is be deeply grateful that we're in this country. We could be anywhere around the world, and trying to rescue people and knowing what's going on in places like Ecuador and India, knowing what might happen in the continent of Africa, knowing how hard people are working, and knowing how relatively safe we all are. We should be every single morning, and I know every single person in this place recognizes how very fortunate we are as a country and as a people. So I also ask us to think in this moment about whether we can't do more for the developing world, can't do more to avert famine, can't see ourselves stretching ourselves a bit more. But for now, I'll be voting for this legislation, but with a very strong plea that we do more for our international students, that we figure a program out where it's needed so that no student falls between the cracks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Island for her passionate advocacy for international students. In the House here, I don't know how many members would fit in that category, but I myself actually was a foreign student a couple of decades ago, and that's what we were called back then. We, like hers, like she said, we appreciated what this country, Canada, has provided us. But we realize that we are foreigners in this country, and we appreciate the generosity of allowing us, a foreigner, coming to this land to get educated, to receive the services that equal to all other Canadians. And we appreciated that. And we also appreciate the opportunity given to us that we have to be a self-reliant individuals in this country. And that's why when we apply for a student visa coming to Canada, we are to prove that we have ability to support ourselves in this country. And we are proud of the self-reliance, the ability to rely on ourselves and not to be a burden on Canadians or Canadian society. And that's why I think we as parliamentarians in this House here, we're not just responsible for doling out compassion, but we are also accountable for the financial implication. If the compassion that we're doling out, it's not without any cost. It's either borrowing from the future, burden to our next generation, higher taxes, or either cutting from some services. There are only three ways how this would actually fit. And that's why I think, while I appreciate the member from Saanich Gulf Island advocating for international students, I personally do not believe it's a responsible way, and it's not something that would actually get much support from the international student. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank the Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East. Is a perfect example of what we always hope when we have these wonderful international students coming to Canada. They've sometimes been dubbed ideal future Canadians. I've had so many international students in my own riding who've stayed and contributed to society, become Canadians. And it is true, they have to show they can support themselves, but there's never been a box you had to tick that said, I can support myself in a pandemic when there are no jobs and I have to stay home. So the situation is extraordinary, and on that basis, I think our response should be extraordinary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, we'll continue, and I believe we move on to the next step. Thank you. Pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceeding. Everything's okay? Let me start over. Pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House.
Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes. Yes, please.
Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands...
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C-15, an act respecting Canada Emergency Student Benefits, Coronavirus Disease 2019, is deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, deemed read a third time, and passed on division.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Oh, no, we're done. It's already carried. My apologies. I'll just go over here. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the committee of the whole. And that's already happened. So we're done. Very good. Okay. Thanks. Honorable members, these past few weeks have certainly been a time of firsts in our parliamentary community. And today, for the first time, there again, the Special Committee on COVID-19 met here in the House of Commons chamber following a successful virtual meeting that was held yesterday. It was good to see you all face to face, even as we continue to observe social distance. We continue our work during the recall sitting of the House that is now concluding. Nous ne pourrions pas.
We could not find ourselves here in the House without those who have worked tirelessly to organize these meetings. I'd like to thank not only members present, but their staff as well, and the staff of the House administration, of the Library of Parliament, and of the Parliamentary Protection Service. They have certainly sacrificed much sleep to ensure the success of our deliberations.
And those who are keeping us safe in these difficult times, thank you. We would not be able to do this without you. Merci beaucoup à vous tous. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, en conséquence, conformément.
Accordingly, pursuant to order passed on Monday, April 2nd.
May 25th, 2020 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.